All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May monthly meeting of the Tiverton Planning Board. I'm Bill Gerlach, I'm Vice Chair. We will start with roll call. Janice Gomes.
Present.
Richard Taylor.
Present.
Rosemary Eva.
Present.
Stuart Hardy.
Present.
V.A. Lopes.
Present.
Stephen Clark.
Present.
Also joining us tonight, we have Todd Romano, our Assistant Solicitor and Planning Board Counsel. We have Ashley Sweet, our Consulting Planner from Weston and Sampson. And we have Ed Rotella, our Land Use Clerk. So we have a mighty full agenda this evening, which we will work through expeditiously. But before we jump in, I just want to acknowledge the fact that since our last meeting, we had two planning board members resign, Ann Lawton and Tricia Hilton. I wanted to take a very brief moment to thank Ann for her contributions, albeit brief. They were certainly welcome. But I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Tricia Hilton, who has served on this planning board and has served the town in a great number of capacities over the last decade plus, and has been a tremendous asset to the town. She has given an immense amount of time, energy, and effort to trying to make Tiverton a better place to live and work and reside in. And I, having worked with her all the way back on the Tiverton Town Council over a decade ago, have grown to respect her as a trusted colleague here. She will be missed, and so wanted to publicly thank her. Anybody else have a
I'd like to
comment?
just echo Bill's comments. I've worked with Tricia for many, many years, beginning really with the comprehensive community plan that we now have, that was put together in 2016-17. Tricia did a huge amount of work on that. Tricia has done an enormous amount of research and fact-finding and analysis to get us through the zoning revision and the subdivision regulation revision process. So I'd just like to say she's going to be missed, and she leaves a huge hole. And I also very much regret the loss of Ann Lawton. Ann wasn't with us for very long, but she's been an enormous contributor to the North Tiverton Revitalization Committee.
Great. Well, thank you. We will have elections later on in the agenda to sort of reset things, but first let's jump into our first agenda item here. We have a number of concept plans that are coming before the board this evening. I want to just sort of preface before we jump into these concept plans that these are planning board open public meetings, which means that it's a public meeting held pursuant to the open meeting laws. This is not a public hearing. There is a distinction there. This does not require general or specific notice beyond that required to comply with the open meeting laws. The planning board is not required to accept public comment during this open public meeting. However, we are acknowledging the large crowd here. We anticipate some comments, though we will be holding people to 3 minutes, no more, as we get into anyone who wishes to speak on any of these concept plans. We have a lot to get through this evening. So let's begin. Our first applicant is Tiverton Investments, 150 Chestnut Street, Providence, Rhode Island. The petition is for a concept plan, pre-application conference, manufactured housing development, major land development project, comprehensive permit application, planning board open public meeting. This is the alternative plan to pending Friendship Farms major land development comprehensive permit application. This project is a proposed 105-unit manufactured home community with access from Glendale Road. It is proposed to consist of 2 phases. Phase A will consist of 47 units, and Phase B will consist of 58 units. The location is 926 and 928 Stafford Road and 24 Glendale Ave, Tiverton. AP 214, Lot 112, and Lot 118, east side of Stafford, north side of Glendale. It is zoned a R120 zoning district. So with that, we will turn it over to the applicant.
Excuse me, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Matthew Landry, on behalf of the applicant, Tiverton Investments LLC. I'm joined by a representative of the applicant, Mark DeMello, here to answer any additional questions that may come up. I appreciate the introduction. I'll try to be brief in the comments. I know there's a lot of interest from the public in this project. This is a pre-application, as the board is aware, so we're at a very early stage with this concept review. As the chair had eloquently provided some background, there is an existing comprehensive permit application that was submitted by the applicant quite a few months ago now that has been held somewhat in abeyance over the last few months. The reason for that is partially due to a notice issue at the first hearing, and then also some additional conversations that have taken place with both the TRC, Ms. Sweet, and planning staff in regards to reviewing what had been proposed under that comprehensive permit application, and working with staff to see if we can address some of the concerns and the issues that were initially addressed by staff and some of the comments that the public had made in connection with that application. As you stated, the existing comprehensive permit application is pending, and that was for a 155-unit comprehensive multifamily project that included a number of duplexes. I think there were 2 single-family houses and 2 8-unit apartment-style buildings to be built in 2 phases. There was a traffic study that was done. There were a number of planning reports that staff had reviewed. And again, we have been meeting with staff following the TRC to see if we can work through this development. And as part of that analysis, the applicant and his team had considered the possibility of an age-restricted manufactured home community for this site. This pre-application represents a good faith effort to see whether or not that would be a possibility and something that this board would be amenable to as an alternative to the existing 155-unit comprehensive permit application that's pending. We do that without prejudice to that existing application. A client has a number of rights that are vested in that initial submission. There's some zoning implications. There's also some zoning related litigation that was filed in connection with some of the comprehensive plan zoning amendments with the zone changes for this parcel. With all that being said, again, this is a pre-app, and it's an opportunity to solicit some feedback from the board and members of the community with regard to an age-restricted manufactured home project for this site. It would come in as a comprehensive permit, but it would be a substitute to what's already been submitted. As you know, an age-restricted community comes with a number of benefits. There's tax benefits, but there's also a reduction in the overall fiscal impacts of the development. There's a reduction in the impacts or a complete elimination of any school-related impacts to the system. The pre-application before you, again, is a very conceptual plan, but it contemplates a significant reduction in density to 105 units versus the 155 that were proposed with the alternative comprehensive permit submission. So there's a significant reduction in density and overall reduction in fiscal impacts with the age-restricted community. There is some also legislative benefits for purposes of affordable housing with manufactured homes. There is legislation that allows the community to consider manufactured homes as half a unit for affordable housing purposes. There are certain restrictions that need to be monitored by an agent, and that is whether or not it's a principal residence of the owners, whether or not they own the property, or it's a community-owned property, and all of those elements are items that we would satisfy with this proposal. It would include an affordable component as well as a comprehensive permit. So the town benefits on 2 ends. It can count the manufactured homes as a half unit and the affordable units that are deed restricted as a full unit. So there's a double benefit there with this proposal as well from an affordable housing standpoint. There were some DEM approvals received with the existing and underlying comprehensive permit submission. We don't anticipate any issues with RIDEM with respect to wetlands. We meet all the setbacks. The design and the layout is generally similar to what had already been proposed under the existing comp permit application. It would need to go through that same process again for this development, but again, it's less intense, and we don't perceive any issues from a state permitting standpoint. The list of waivers is likely to be reduced as well because it's not as extensive of a multifamily development. The waivers would relate mostly to the density and the use. This property had been zoned R60 prior to the conservation development rezoning of the property. And that's significant because manufactured homes was a permitted use in the R60 zoning district, which this was. So the town had certainly seen this as a viable project site for this type of development and something that we can discuss further as we move forward. The overall density allowed under the comp permit guidelines, there's a minimum density bonus of 3 to 5 units an acre, depending on municipal services. This is on both sewer and water, and assuming we can establish that and get the proper permits, the density would allow upwards of 115 units, and 105 is well within what is permissible under the density bonuses allowed for comprehensive permits. Under the R120 zoning district, obviously, this would be limited to 13 or 14 units. So we'd be seeking the allowable density bonuses under the state legislation. The first phase would be roughly 47 units. The second phase would be 58 units, again, reduced in overall density from what is currently pending. The access would be off of Glendale. There is an existing easement for this property to Glendale that goes out to Stafford Road. The applicant's brother owns the property. This site plan and the existing submission, the existing comp permit submission contemplate an easement land swap to address that, but there are no access issues with this, and those have been fully addressed. There is a deeded right of access to Glendale out to Stafford. I just want to make that clear because that was something that came up with the other petition. So again, this is pre-application. We'd like to solicit feedback from the board and the public to see if there are any overall concerns with this. Again, this is a good faith attempt to try to find an alternative based on the comments we've already received with the pending application. Mark, did you want to add anything?
I think you did pretty good.
So I welcome any feedback or comments. Our engineer, Northeast Engineering, Lynn Smith, is not with us tonight, but she'll be reviewing the comments and certainly addressing any environmental concerns that the board may have, and we can address those going forward.
I have one clarifying question before we dive in. You said access to public water and sewer, but this site does not have sewer.
It doesn't have, so we're exploring the municipal services, particularly on the water side. Our engineering plan it's based on a 3 unit per acre for the municipal services, that density bonus. So we're well
I
within.
just wanted to be clear that you're not getting the density bonus for having sewer, because you don't.
No, understood. The state allows 5 units per acre with both municipal services. If it's one or the other, then it's reduced to 3 units per acre. I think just the point I was trying to make is that the 105 units that would be proposed with this project is well under what would be allowed under those density bonuses.
I just wanted to make sure we were understanding each other.
Yep.
Do we want to have the board ask first, or? All right, we'll open it up to the board for any immediate questions. I'm going to take it that you're not going to try and project anything up on our wall for the moment here?
Yeah, no, the pre-application is pretty minimal. There's a site plan that shows the 2 phases. Again, there's an existing comprehensive permit application that's pending. This changes the layout somewhat. The OWTS on site has changed a little bit for the 2 phases. Those are located on the plans. There's still some engineering and background work that we'll need to submit with any subsequent submission, but we've contemplated the site for those, and those are pending test holes for those locations as indicated on the plans.
Okay. I have some questions, but I'll ask the board if they have anything first. I'll buy time. So in the 4 pages that we got with the concept plan, am I to assume that, or are we to assume that page 3 is phase 1 and page 4 is the proposed phase 2?
That's correct. So there's a sheet marked C1 in the bottom right-hand corner. That is phase 1 of the project, which is closest to Glendale and Stafford Road. And the sheet marked C2, conceptual layout sheet 2, that would be the second phase of the project. And again, the first phase is 47 units. The second phase would be 58 manufactured home units.
And what would be the anticipated timeline for building all of this out?
Want to answer that? Potential timeline?
I just didn't know how the market bears. We're gonna start, and once we get approved, we're gonna start it right away.
Okay. And
12 to 18 months.
Correct, 12 to 18 months.
for both phases?
No, the first phase.
Okay. And can you elaborate a little bit more on your deliberations with the town for municipal services for water and sewer?
So I actually attended the Tiverton Fire District meeting. I know it's of concern, and there's a lot of dialogue about that. We are retaining a private hydrology expert to evaluate water on the site and whether or not bringing in municipal water is going to be an issue if there's capacity issues. We're already in the queue for the pending application for the comp permit submission. We are evaluating it internally. We don't anticipate there being a water issue. The most recent town council meeting that I reviewed even went so far as to say there are no water or capacity issues. To the extent there are any, we'll vet those internally with our independent expert. But again, we don't anticipate any issues with respect to water.
Yeah, and we're going to want to wait for the official hydrology.
Certainly.
Yeah.
And I
studies to come
understand
out
that the
there.
town is conducting its own independent analysis as well. We're looking at those hydrology models, so we'll review it both internally and share that
Yep.
with the town.
And with sewer? What sort of
What's your-
conversations are you having?
We're proposing OWTS on site. I'm not sure how far we've explored the sewer issue. We're proceeding as if it's going to be an OWTS system.
Got it. And you alluded to some RIDEM permits that have already occurred. Could you elaborate a bit further on that?
So I'm not sure to date if we've received phase 2, but the existing comp permit submission did receive DEM approval from a wetlands perspective for phase 1 of that existing 155 unit proposal.
Okay.
Given this is reduced density, we're not impacting any wetlands, we're not asking for any waivers. We don't see any issues with modifying those permits to this project.
Got it.
I have
Yeah, go for it, Rosemary.
I have a question. I
course.
apologize for not being here the last time I was operated on. I couldn't come. But then I tried to watch the video, and I found out later, because the video wasn't working, that you had extended it. But I have a question, as I did about 3 years ago, I think, when I sat in for Mr. Hardy when he was on vacation, about Glendale. Glendale is not a town-accepted street.
Understood. So the only requirement under the subdivision regulations is that you have access to a public road, which would be Stafford Road. We have a deeded right of access to Glendale, which does provide access to a public street. It's our position, respectfully, that we satisfy the requirement of access to a public street.
I have access, but what about storm drainage on that street? It is not brought up to town specifications.
I'm not sure we're required to. We'll have stormwater controls internally on the site, and we have access and an easement to access Glendale. To the extent any stormwater services are required in Glendale, that would go through the traditional.
Plowing and everything else that goes with it.
That's
all the
right.
amenities.
That's right.
My concern.
It's privately maintained now, so whatever the arrangement is now, it would continue to be privately maintained.
I don't think that's accurate.
It's not.
I think it's town plowed.
That is correct.
It's not.
Town plowed.
Town plows it, that's correct.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, the required findings in the subdivision regulations have a requirement that says that all proposed land development and subdivision lots have adequate and permanent physical access to a public street, physical access by means of an easement across adjoining property or lot frontage on a public street without physical access from required street frontage shall not be considered in compliance with this requirement unless specifically provided for under these regulations. That's specific to Tiverton. It's an expanded finding from the state law. But I'll also point out that if it's being filed as a comprehensive permit, it would be something that you would ask for relief from.
Yeah, we would
I just
ask.
want to make sure, we're clear on what it says and what it requires and how that would be handled.
When I talked to Richard LeBlanc, probably about 7 months ago, he said that road has been approved and he got all his bond money back for the whole project. So
Can anyone?
I'm just.
Do you have any input on that?
So the whole subdivision in the back has not been approved?
That was done in phases also.
I think Mr. DeMello is right. Because of the other development, Whitetail, Antelope,
Which have all been accepted.
accepted roads back there, that Glendale is also going to be found to be an accepted road by the town. Because it's been used continuously by the public as a public road. The town has essentially adopted it as a public road by plowing it, sanding it, collecting trash on Glendale. What's that look?
Cleaning catch basins as well?
If there are.
There is.
So, I mean, that'll be a point that needs to
Right.
be 100% confirmed and validated. Okay. Anyone else on the board have any immediate questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, Steve?
You said that LMI units count as one, each unit equals one, but non-LMI units are counted as one half, is that correct?
Only manufactured homes.
Manufactured homes,
Okay, and which these are gonna be.
correct.
They have to meet certain parameters, but there is a provision in the law that says that if the manufactured home is built after a certain date, if it's within a park that is owned by the residents, so it's not on leased land, it's not like a, Home America or whatever owns it and leases the units. If you meet those criteria, then the mobile units that are, the manufactured home units that are not deed restricted as low to moderate income count as half of a unit. We just went through the exercise where we collected all of those, clarified what would count, what would not, brought them to a monitoring agent, signed them up so that we got half credits for those existing units that we already have. So it'd be done the same way.
What's the idea behind this? The half unit count?
Well, there's
Does it
always.
benefit the town, does it benefit?
It benefits, well, I think it's a mutual benefit in that we get to count units that are not necessarily, they're not deed restricted as LMI units. And the reason this has happened is there's been a constant argument that we have what's called naturally occurring affordable housing. It's not deed restricted, it's not monitored, you don't have to income qualify, but it's the sale price or the rental price is the equivalent of something that is deed restricted. It happens naturally, so because it's missing those components, you're only getting a half credit, but this has been a kind of a long time coming conversation where they just passed legislation recently that does allow you to now count those as half.
And we're getting a comprehensive update on that
Maybe that's
recount
what we win.
later, so. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they were all single-family, stick-built homes, you wouldn't get to count any of the non-deed restricted units. So there is a benefit to the town.
Okay. I have one more question, but,
too.
okay, go ahead, please.
This will be leased land, just like,
Correct.
just
Like a
like
light
Country
country
View. Just so we put it in perspective.
So my last question before we open it up to the public here is what's going to be the sort of the determining factor and what's going to be the sort of the go, no go on which route you propose to proceed with when we move from concept to preliminary, because we have to skip master.
Yeah, sure. So I think there's some internal discussions that need to take place. I mean, we received a lot of good feedback in terms of what we had already submitted. There were a number of engineering reports and staff reports that were heavily vetted. And based on that feedback and how it would look under traditional conservation development, there were elements of multifamily housing, how many buildings and structures are being constructed, The market is also indicative of what is financially viable for the project. So, and this is being done in 2 phases. So I think there's some internal discussions that still need to take place. Whether or not it's a go, no-go is obviously up to the applicant. I think we're going in this direction because of the discussions that we've had and the feedback we've already received from what has already been proposed, if that makes sense. And the reduction in density and the type of development that is being constructed helps it conform to a lot of those comments that have been received.
And when would you anticipate coming back for preliminary plan review?
I mean, a lot of the legwork has already been done with the existing submission. Permits, state permits, all those things wouldn't be required until final plan. But I think our engineering team would need to review the hydrology issues. That's going to take some time to conduct the test. We're waiting on test holes for the OWTS systems. So sooner rather than later, within the next 2 to 3 months, hopefully. I don't want to be stuck to that timeline, but
No, it was just,
I think it's in the applicant's interest to move it forward as soon as possible, but because of the engineering that would be involved with this concept, we're just trying to pull the board as to any particular concerns it may have, so we can address those in the engineering and move forward, but it just takes some time to.
One small correction, we did do all the test holes, just so you know. All the test holes have been done.
okay. And I'm just trying to frame order of magnitude, like.
So within the, not 8 months from now, but within the next few months, and I think a lot of that hinges on the water hydrology issues. I think that a lot of the projects are experiencing, and having our independent hydrology studies work with the town and, vet those issues out.
Got it. Okay.
I have one general comment, which is basically, we didn't ever get to talk about it, but it's the same general comment that I had on the other concept, is that there's just and I'm hopeful that this is, in this case, this is because this is a pre-app, but I'm looking for the community center, the shared common space, the sidewalks, the places, the things that make this a community, which are not on these plans.
There will be.
Okay.
It's in the process.
So obviously we would,
You'd see that, of course.
yeah, and we're gonna ask about those things proactively.
And there's certain items in the manufactured home ordinance that there's certain requirements there. We don't intend to ask for waivers from many of those things. We're going to try to conform as much as possible. I think the use itself in the zoning district it's in is probably the biggest waiver that would be requested, as well as public access.
The other one will be the requirement to have sewer, because that is a
Yep.
requirement
That's
in
correct.
there.
Yep.
Can you just give a flavor of sort of what, like, manufactured home, like, if you had to use an example of, like, what we're talking about here?
The way they build them today, I mean, it's truly like a manufactured home. I mean, a modular home.
Sure.
The only difference is it stays on a trailer, and it meets all the federal regulations of HUD and all the building requirements. And,
So are we talking more country view, or are we talking more
country
mobile?
view. Country view.
It's on a
Okay.
slab.
Right, it could be a slab, it could be on a foundation, it
Okay.
could be
You
crawl
remove
space,
it
it could be, you gotta remove the axles off it. top
Yeah, I was
it
gonna
off
say,
it.
I actually don't think that it can be on a trailer anymore,
No,
in the sense that it can
becomes the
be
chassis,
moved.
becomes the structure.
Right,
Okay.
it has to sit
Like
on a,
I-trusses or LVLs.
it has to sit on a permanent space.
That's correct.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a mobile home park.
Oh, no,
outside.
not
It's
even
being
close.
intended.
Okay,
Okay.
If there's any confusion.
Just trying to give a flavor for everyone here, because I'm sure that is a question on a lot of people's minds.
How many homes could you put in there if you didn't have this, the comparison density?
So, because it's zoned R120, it was zoned R60. R120 would only yield, I think it's 13 or 14 homes on the usable acreage. It's over 60 acres, but the usable acreage is around 37 or 38 acres. So it's far less, but this was a permitted use in the R60 zone that this had been previously. So the yield would have been much heavier. But again, under the comprehensive permit process, we can ask for any of those waivers as required. And balancing the need for affordable housing, obviously. And I think the benefit with this is it is a significantly reduced density that's being proposed, well within what the minimum density bonuses are allowed under the state act. And you get the double benefit of being a manufactured home that allows you to count units as a half unit as well as full units, as long as they conform to the regulations.
Sure. Thea?
This is more of a question for our board. Understanding that the original presentation was that it would be, an age-restricted community, is that something we're bound to for the long term? Or is that, okay?
Yeah, because it's
for-
permitted under an ordinance that requires that it be an age-restricted community.
Do you anticipate gating it?
Yes,
We,
it's a key. Everybody loves that.
again, we never got to talk about this on the first application because we never got there, but when we're talking about somewhere in the ballpark of like 35 acres of usable land, right? Somewhere in that
That's right.
ballpark. That only yields you about 118. So I don't want anyone to think that 155 was like a given number, because the state requires a certain density calculation. We never got to discuss that actual density calculation for that 155, so I don't want anyone to just assume 155 was a guarantee. We never got to the point where we actually got to talk about what those numbers really are. So I don't know that it's 118, but I also don't think it's 155.
Okay. That's fair. Janice?
What other amenities would be offered? Snow plowing, grass cutting?
So the question was what other amenities might be
I just think it'd
offered?
be just like almost another country view. We're going to put all that together for the next meeting if we go down that way. It'd be, a nice clubhouse, not a huge one because that's becomes a lot of money to keep up.
Right.
So, we're just going to have to we're going to figure all that out for the next one. But
Okay.
it would have open space, land, and some walking areas as well.
Okay.
All right. So we'll, just give me a second. We'll open it up. We're going to have to keep our commentary to 3 minutes. We will time it. We have a lot to get through. We have 3 more concept plans, and I'm sure there are a lot of people here for the other ones as well. Please don't direct any questions to the applicant. Please direct those to the board, and we will ask. When you do come up, please step up to the mic, state your name, address, and then we'll take it away. Anyway.
Comments through you.
Yeah, all comments through me.
Hi, excuse me, Ron Potvin, Captain Circle. I think this is a step in the right direction compared to the previous concept. However, I think there are still some significant concerns in terms of health and safety. I think traffic will be an issue, despite the reduction in density. Water, both from a standpoint of quantity and quality, is still a concern. This development abuts one neighborhood that is on, excuse me, town water, and then my neighborhood, which is on wells. So if he uses town water, will that affect the existing neighborhood? And in terms of septic, while the density seems to be decreased, if I count the number of buildings correctly, in Phase 2, there are more buildings now than before, so that means more septics. So I'm worried about my well. My well isn't that far from this development. The hydrology is unknown. The effect on my neighborhood's wells is unknown. This needs to be very carefully considered. And I think independently, apart from the developer's study of this issue. And I do think it's premature to say that the permitting from DEM is a given. There is no wetlands permit in place for Phase 2 that has been stalled, as the applicant said. But there's also hurdles with septic, with drainage and storm runoff. This is a very, very wet area on the borders. In the middle, it's pretty dry, but on the borders, it's wet. And it also affects Massachusetts, which is right across the road. I think some consideration needs to be given to the Massachusetts residents, especially in terms of drainage. There are drainage issues already from storms in that part of the neighborhood. So while I appreciate these efforts by the applicant, I think there's more to be done. And then finally, I'll step aside. The town last year established as a principle in conservation zoning that there'd be setbacks, no cut zones between developments and existing properties. I think that the other projects have shown a willingness to work with the town on that, and I haven't seen any evidence of that with this proposal yet, and I would hope that they would consider working with the town on establishing setbacks and no-cut zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope.
Sandra Van Hoff, 254 Fairwood Drive. I just want to address the fact that everybody keeps saying we're going from 155 units down to 105 units. That's true, because in the first proposal, it was duplexes and 2 apartment buildings, so the number of units was increased. Now we're talking single-family units. So when I look out my window, in the original proposal, in phase 1, you would see 37 buildings. In this new proposal, we're now going to look at 47 buildings. So yes, the number of units has gone down, but the number of physical buildings has increased. So in phase 2, which is behind me, original proposal was 37 buildings. It's now going to have 58 buildings. So we're going to have 21 more buildings behind us in phase 2 than the original proposal. So yes, the number of living units has gone down because they're no longer duplexes, but the physical structures have increased.
Thank you. Anyone else from, all right. Oh.
Hi, Michelle Dunn, 66 Elk Drive.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
Michelle
that?
Dunn, 66 Elk Drive. The traffic study was mentioned, so we do have a copy of that, and it says that there are clear sight lines into the development. There is a huge boulder, huge, right on the side of the entrance to where the easement is. If you are turning from Stafford onto Glendale, you cannot see the entrance to that road. And also, the traffic report was done in August. It doesn't take into account school. In our development alone, there are 6 people that work in the school department that would not have been counted in that first study. So we're asking the town to have a new traffic study done.
Thank you. Thought I saw some more people jumping.
Hi, name is Robert Jobin, Stafford Road, Tiverton. Live right on the pond. I don't know if anybody on the board realizes that there's a thriving bald eagle population right on Stafford Pond and the surrounding area. We also have ospreys, and those are protected by the National Fish and Wildlife. I heard studies about DEM, but I didn't hear any studies about any birds nesting in this area or anywhere else in the Stafford Pond area. I think a study should be conducted to determine whether the eagles are nesting in that property. The law is very, very specific as to what they can and can't do. It's basically they can't do anything if there are nesting eagles in that area because they are protected. So I would ask the board to look into that and require a study for bald eagles and for the ospreys in that particular area.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Gentleman here.
Joe Peruzzi, Captain Circle. I just want to talk more about the setbacks. Looked at Vital, their setbacks 150 feet from the parking lot to Sousa Road, then you get the street with the neighbors. If you looked at Pecasset, whatever it's called now, it's one house on Linda Drive at the end. That setback's 150 feet, so it's respect to the neighbors. And this one's right on our property lines. In addition, they're going to clear cut trees have been down there for 50 to 100 years. And we have a high water table. I know when I put my septic system in 47 years ago, I had to have a bigger septic system because I got 6 foot in my basement, I get water. So I'm concerned when those trees are gone, water table rises, I'm going to have a septic system problem. It's right on my border. Somebody already mentioned wells. I mean, you get runoff. People have wells, so this density of 105, whatever, to me is ridiculous in that area. And it's also a high-density area. Stafford Road is, South Tiverton, Little Compton, Westport, all drive down Stafford Road to get to 24. There's at least 20 developments between Glendale and the Rotary. Some are pretty big, some are small. Anybody's been on that road with a school bus, at least 6, 7 stops for the younger kids. The traffic's backed up for miles, or not miles, but long. So I think the density of this it really needs to be decreased. It's nothing in this mandate that says you got to accept whatever they give you. There's certain rules for denial, but nothing on acceptance. So if you wanted to reduce the number, something more realistic, I think you should really consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Robert Sharps, 278 Captain Circle. Now, Bourne Mills started out as a 55 and over community, and now there's a lot of Section 8 in there. Now, in all honesty to the town, the only one that benefits from this development is the developer, who will one day down the road possibly sell, and who knows what will become of that. People buy into these communities, they work hard all their life so they can live in a quiet place, pay insane taxes, not to all of a sudden have the rules broken for a little ghetto put in right behind them. The developer knew the limitations of that land when he bought it, and now is trying to come up with a harebrained scheme to make his pockets fatter. That's why I wholly reject this development.
Thank you. Anyone else on, here and then here?
Hi, Charlotte Cirillo, Elk Drive. One of my big concerns is traffic. Right now, if you look at I think the national calculation is 1.8 cars per household. 105 units, that's like 190 cars. Picture Warren Avenue with 190 cars trying to get to Main Road. I mean, that's a good visual for you. That's insane. And I think that really needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Tom Side, Elk Drive. I travel Glendale every day, and traffic is a big thing. There's been a traffic study, but hopefully the board has seen that traffic study, or there'll be a future traffic study. But from my experience, just from the time I leave work in the morning till the time I come home in the afternoon, the school bus stops right on Glendale. People park their cars on Glendale and to pick up their children. And there have been times where you've been out there 5, 10 minutes before you can even get on to Glendale. And there's been close calls getting on there with the children getting off the bus that they've come close to hitting them. So I'm also concerned about septic systems along the back area, and I'm not all that familiar with it, but I'm going to be studying those a little bit more in detail. So,
great.
Thank you.
Last call for it.
One technicality.
Hang on. Peter? Okay. No. Ms. Van Hoff, please.
Okay. Sandra Van Hoff. Just one technicality. Nowhere on the application, nor the maps, does it say 55 and older. This was brought to people's attention, and it's on the agenda, not listed as 55 and older. So that's just, we want to make sure if that's the intention, that it gets put on the paperwork correctly, so that everyone knows that's really the intention.
Noted. Thank you.
Peter Moonis, 83 Captain Circle. Basically, I won't be affected by this development because I'm on the north side of Captain Circle. But being on the planning board in previous years, there are some questions that the board should look into. This concept plan is not It's very vague to me. It should be more declared beginning. Now, Country View Estates in the past has been a problem. We don't want another problem to repeat itself again like that one. Will this be owner condominium type? The land's going to be owned by the developer, I believe. Condominiums have a common owner, but there's the whole development. Who's going to maintain the roads? Is this public roads or private roads? Glendale should be upgraded if it's going to go through that way to eliminate drainage problems. Stafford Road has always been a problem in town. It's the highest densely populated, not populated, but driven road in town. There's got to be the demand by the state to improve Bugamash, Crandall, and Stafford Road there. That is a bad intersection. So many times people cut across on an angle, cutting you off when you're going to go right when they're coming left down Stafford. There's got to be an improvement on Stafford Road before we start overdeveloping areas like that. Just dangerous situations. And think it over clearly, get all the answers, and make sure that the dots and the Ts are crossed. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for this particular concept plan review.
Thank you, too. Okay, thank you.
Quickly.
Yeah, Rob Jobin, Stafford Road. One of the concerns, too, with all these developments going on in town is fire response. Now, you have a lot of buildings coming in, which is going to include fire response. It's 55 and over community, so you're going to have more rescue jobs out there going into the area. So you need good access to that particular area if it is approved. Secondly, the department is small here in Tiverton. They're limited trucks, limited personnel is one of the bigger problems with it. So I would like the board to think of at least adding sprinklers to any coming development. 90% of the fires start in the kitchen and in the boiler room. If you sprinkled those two, and the on-town water, if they have it, it's fairly cheap. If they have to add a cistern in the basement, increases the cost, but it reduces life safety hazards, and that's relatively large. So again, I would recommend the board take a look at any new construction with sprinklers. You're hitting two things at once: the response from the fire department and lowering any life safety hazards that are being generated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Last call. All right. Any final questions from the board? Ashley? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Anticipating this, I'm going to ask that as we switch out applicants here, that it gets really loud in the back of the room here, so if you want to have any conversation and debrief with your neighbors, please take that outside. Just try to keep it quiet so that everyone else can hear.
It is hot.
All right. All right, I'll buy us a minute here. So we're moving on to agenda item 2 here, Northborough Realty Holdings LLC. The development is Pecasset Reserve, major land development comprehensive permit application to construct 275 units, single-family duplex townhouses and apartments with a 25% deed restriction to low and moderate income residents on 135.9 acres. Preliminary plan approved. Bayview Condominiums, major land development, construction of 52 two-bedroom condominium units on 15.8 acres. Final plan approved. The location is Pecasset Reserve, 797 Fish Road, Plat 110, Lot 207. North-South Souza, West-South Fish Road, R60 zoning district. Bayview Condominiums is 1,000 Main Road, plat 119, lots 121 and 122, east-south Main Road, north-south Sousa Road, R60 in general commercial zoning districts. Rosemary. There we go. Counselor, I assume we're turning it over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Gerlach, William Landry representing the applicant. Does everyone have the copy of the plan?
We do now.
We just got it.
Ed, you need one? Okay, this is a, we've got two large tracts back to each other, reaching from Fish Road.
I'm sorry, could you
Fish
just...
Road.
Yeah, there we go. We'll fix it. We'll fix it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fish Road west to Main Road. Pecasset Ridge has been before the board. It might be good to jump first to the back page. Actually, let's start at the first page. It doesn't show Fish Road, but
So we're not projecting anything, right? We're just using hard copies here? Okay.
Yeah, this is probably the easiest thing. Pecasset Ridge has been before the board since 2017, I believe. We've got preliminary plan approval for 275 units in two large phases, an east phase along Fish Road and a west phase that stops a few hundred feet before Main Road. Variety of housing types, 81 units, 81 rental units in apartment buildings, duplexes, threes, and a great variety of different configurations and some community spaces. The zoning is R60. It is a comp permit, 25% deed restricted, low and moderate income housing. The owner, family, the Harkins, Chris is seated to my right, has an opportunity and is contractually connected on a conditional basis to the Bayview project, our neighbor to the west that borders on Main Road. That's about a 15-acre tract, and it's approved at the final approval stage now for 52 units, all single family, all single condominium units attached in a very dense sequence. As you can see in the second image here that we've handed out, those 52 units take up most of the space on that 15-acre site. There's a serpentine road network that enters and exits onto Main Road. But it's a very dense development in terms of overall lot coverage and landscape opportunities. What we are proposing to do is to marry these two separate developments, not necessarily into the same project, but to amend both of their approvals to permit an integration that creates many efficiencies and also a better design for the Bayview project. And what we're proposing is what's shown on the last of the images, with Pecasset Ridge fully developed on the right. This would take many years to see it in this configuration. It doesn't actually show Fish Road, but those are multifamily buildings right near Fish Road on the east. And there's a lot more open space here than you can fully appreciate by looking at this image. The big change, the properties would connect through a new roadway connection. The design of Pecasset Ridge right now is virtually unchanged except for that access point. There is a road, more or less straight road, that goes down to Sousa Road there. There would be a connection for the two developments. at one point, and many types of efficiencies would result from that. Probably the biggest change is the proposed reconfiguration of the Bayview project. Instead of those 52 single condominium units in attached structures, we would have 3 12-unit buildings, in all likelihood condos. These are 4-story buildings, garages on the first level, 4 units per floor, 3 12-unit buildings, and 2 8-unit buildings, a better landscaping scheme, and a more moderate overall impact. Right now, the sewer and water for Bayview is to Main Road. We don't think we would change that. We probably would preserve it. There's been some hydrology analysis by PAR Engineering of the hydrological advantages of connecting these, and it seems that the greatest efficiency is achieved leaving the properties the way they are. We've got a sewer connection on Fish Road and on Sousa Road, a sewer network that works its way through here on Pecasset Ridge, and that would stay the way it is as well. So the connection points are mostly, in terms of the roadways, the Pecasset Ridge project's a comp permit. Bayview is not a comp permit. They're both zoned R6. They both resulted in significant densities almost by right under the zoning that was in place at the time they were approved. The R60 zone had a formula for multifamily housing that was based on the number of bedrooms, and that produced very high densities. There were waivers required to get them all on one lot. But these 2 developments are products of some zoning that contemplated multifamily housing. We would probably have different ownership structures. The way that Pecasset Ridge is designed, there are 2 large condo land units, one for the east phase, one for the west phase, and then there are sub-phases that have been designed. It would probably be that Bayview would be a separate land condominium, perhaps under separate ownership. It would maintain its status as a development. It wouldn't be one development. They'd be 2 developments that have easement connections and efficiencies that are created. They probably would be under common control, but separate legal ownership. So I think there's an opportunity here to make the Bayview project better, to have a singular control here. We've got a long absorption period for Pecasset Ridge. There'll be many sub-phases. This would kind of be a logical extension of what we have, and it's a better design, and a more conservation-friendly design. So I think that's why we're interested in pursuing this, if it's possible and feasible and not offensive to the board. There are some things we don't know for sure that would remain to be determined, but both of these projects are much further along than almost anything you ever see. I mean, these are almost shovel-ready projects side by side that could retain that shovel-ready aspect and not require years of permitting the way both of them had done them, and end up with just kind of, we think, a better configuration for the town. I'm not sure there's much to add to that.
Any other?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so we're trying to just get a sense from the board if this configuration makes more sense. We think it does from an infrastructure perspective. We're tying directly into the infrastructure from our site. don't have to go to Main Road, no entry on and off to Main Road, and far less impact from an infrastructure perspective. So we think it's a better project, we think it works, and we wanted to get a sense from the board if this is something that makes more sense to you than what was originally approved and would otherwise be built for that project. I would add again that we did do a hydrology study. Connecting to Main Road with the water would be the only infrastructure connection. And the reason for that is because it builds pressure for both projects better, so it increases both water flow and pressure even more than what we had originally have and were approved for both projects. So it would connect to Main Road for water, but not sewer. The sewer would go into the existing Pecasset system.
Bayview, you're talking.
What's that?
Bayview would connect.
Bayview would
to Main
connect
for
into
water,
Pecasset's
but
system.
Pecasset for sewer.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else? I have process questions.
Okay.
More than anything. So, well, let me just start out with, is the total number of units at Bayview changing? No, it's just the configuration and the layout. Okay. So is there a precedent here in the past for anyone who's been here longer than I have for this sort of like taking two, combining for variety of rationale?
It hasn't happened in my experience in Tiverton, but there's people who've been here a lot longer than I have. I mean, to Bill's point, these are two projects that are, one is final approval.
Well, that's where I'm getting with my process questions. Like, I'm not clear, and I'm looking for guidance here as to what it means to come back for a concept plan approval for one project that's approved through preliminary and one that's approved through final. I mean, we have what I might argue are substantive changes to the plans, especially for a Bayview that is final plan approved. We're talking about a different sort of configuration of units. We're talking about a new road.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll have to, if the applicant goes down this path, we have to work together to, wade through this process. But there is a process to modify a site plan at any stage, whether it's during the approval process or whether it's after it's been approved and it's a recorded plan. Okay. You always have the ability to modify. I think we would have to kind of powwow on how we move this forward, but I can tell you with certainty that there is a mechanism to do it.
Okay, good.
Exactly how we do that, I wouldn't want to say right now. I mean, I think we have a decent understanding. These are probably major modifications that require, a public process as opposed to something that's minor that can be done administratively. I mean, this is not something you would do in an administrative process. Because we have one that has a final and we have one that has a preliminary, we are modifying two different stages of review. We can definitely work out those details.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would agree with everything that Ashley said. It certainly wouldn't be administrative, and that rule on modification requires the public hearing to take place at the last public hearing stage, which for both of these projects would have been the preliminary plan stage. So we'd go one step back for Bayview, and we'd do a redo of the preliminary for Pecasset at the same time. They both would be going back to preliminary, and so there'd be an application to amend the final and the preliminary on Bayview and the preliminary on Pecasset, but they would presumably be presented together.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just so that I'm clear, the only entrance into Bayview is via Sousa Road?
That's what's proposed.
Okay.
Yeah. The only entrance right now is on Main Road.
Yeah.
It is proposed, and initially, the Bayview, Northborough, I guess, as
Yes.
it was presented initially, did come, and it was held up because of the tolling process that we went through, as well as the court case we went through, because it was commercial in the front. But looking at, and now we are going to four floors where we can condense the number of units.
Okay. Stu?
So I think that this is an enormous improvement over the original Bayview 52 condo units. For one thing, you're eliminating the, what Mr. Landry called serpentine, or what I would call a switchback road system on a very steep slope, dumping traffic out into a very problematical part of Main Road that is going to see enormous development in future years. So getting rid of that road and having entrance from your existing property, from the Pecasset Reserve property, is a huge improvement. Also, I think the design of the buildings and the placement of the buildings is it's a big improvement over what was originally approved. So I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this, and I hope you move forward with it. I would have one little minor issue. The Historic Cemeteries Commission does maintain the Hambly Family Historic Cemetery, which borders your property, and they need to get up there in a vehicle with some fairly heavy equipment to keep that maintained, and they do a beautiful job of maintaining it. And so it would be nice to figure out a way of getting them some access. And to that extent, you might want to think about completing the circle. You have sort of a uncompleted circle that takes traffic from the upper portion to the lower portion. There are actually two portions of your redesign of the Northborough Bayview. And you could actually complete that circle if you move the buildings a little bit to the north, and maybe that would also be a benefit to the fire department. Just a thought, but I'm looking forward to working with you on this, because I think it's a big improvement for the town of Tiverton. And as Mr. Landry said, there are all kinds of efficiencies that are, can be factored in here.
Great. Any other board comments or questions?
I have just one comment, and this is just something to consider, again, from a fire access standpoint. That's the only thing that kind of gives me pause when I look at this. It's a bit isolated, and I know we're trying to stay away from, the entrance to Main Road, but even if there were, I don't know, and I'm sure Chief would have a recommendation, but it seemed like originally Rocky Ave was going to come through, even if we put fire road access there just for fire department. Would you read my text message? Help me sleep better at night if I live there.
Yeah, I'll work with the chief on that.
Yeah.
There is some utility work going on north of this parcel. There is some utility work presently going on north of this parcel. Would you be able to tie into that?
Utilities, are you referencing like the main?
On Main Road, there's some work going on as you pass by.
Yeah, but, and those are those major transmission lines you mean, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are totally different world of, but if you mean.
Emergency only.
For
in
emergency,
case,
yeah.
just
possible.
because one exit here.
Yeah. That could totally happen.
Dick, did you have a question?
Yeah, my concern is the same as has already been expressed, and that's the one entrance exit. And adding Bayview just makes the problem worse to get in and out of there. And,
If I may, Mr. Taylor, so we do have a second emergency egress out of phase 2 here that goes all the way back to Fish Road.
Is that this one here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a maintained gravel road that does exit out of there. So I think there is that second means of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. I know you're proposing to access Northborough from Pecasset Reserve, but are you intending to keep these separate?
I think Bill was right.
Separate in what way?
So I think structurally, no, meaning they are connected here, right? I think Bill was referencing from a legal way. So for two reasons, right? We certainly don't, this, from our perspective, needs to happen without prejudice so that the vested rights that have happened for both projects aren't compromised in any way. And Bill can probably speak to that more legally than I can, but right, we don't want to risk our vested rights that we have for each project by consolidating them.
Understood.
Right, number one. And number two, I think you were talking more about condo association type stuff, and being that they're sort of separate, but they will have likely, and what mostly we wanted to know is, do you all like this configuration that we're proposing more than what was previously approved? And I think the rest can work itself out, but we would sort of consider it to be more part of the Pecasset project than a separate project.
So I raised the question because I have two thoughts in my head as I'm asking myself how this works out, whether it's together or separate. One is if it is an entirely separate piece, I think we have to deal with the fact that we have a project or a development that is essentially not using its frontage and is accessing through another piece of property, which technically the subdivision regulations say you can't do. The second side of that is if they are connected and they are together, then we have 52 new market rate units that we've just added to Pecasset Reserve that now are not at 25%.
Yeah, that's actually not exactly right. This was a comp. The Bayview was a comp.
It doesn't say it on this. I just saw this today, that it didn't have any reference to a comp permit, and I assumed that was accurate. I had the same concerns that you did, Ashley.
It does have affordable units, so it does have LMI units. So
Was it done under the inclusionary zoning?
It was, yes.
So it was done under inclusionary zoning?
I think we should get validation of that.
Oh, absolutely. We need to go to the decision and find out what, I'm just raising this so that, because I want to put it all out on the table while you're here, and these are the thoughts that are kind of running through my head, that I think agreed that if conceptually everyone likes this layout better, we can work through those things. I'm just putting them out there now for you to start thinking about, because I'm going to start thinking about them, and we're going to need to work through those.
So there was, I think there were 6. I think they put them all.
There were 6 affordable units. So that, we're thinking about the same things.
Okay.
And I put it out for the same reasons, that we're all, we've all got it in front of us. We've got great efficiencies here, but we don't want to lose our vesting, and we don't want to make Pecasset Ridge non-compliant in some way.
Yep.
So I think that if somebody else but Chris bought this area and had that owned, if Northborough came in on their own tonight and asked you if they could change their old plan to this new plan without the connecting road, everyone would probably say, great, do it. We're making that bridge there, and I can't believe that's going to be a tail that's going to wag the whole dog. There's got to be a way to put them in different boxes.
I just want to put it out as early as possible on the table so that we're all thinking about it. Because I think that you're hearing that this is conceptually feels a lot better.
Yeah.
So we definitely want to work with you on those issues. I just want to lay them out, ahead.
Any other board comments? All right. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Susan?
Susan Anderson, Main Road. I do like this concept a lot better. However, I have a couple of issues, and that is I don't know, well, questions. In ladder truck turning, because they're going to have a ladder truck to get to these high buildings now, right? I don't know how big those roads are, how wide those roads are, and if there's enough room for a ladder truck to go in. And now hopefully they will continue those two dead ends. Because that was my main concern, is that, oh, chief isn't going to like this because he has two dead ends there and they won't be able to turn the ladder truck. But if they do make that combine them, continue them, that would be better. The other question I have is regarding parking. I don't know where the parking is for these.
Can the applicant respond to the parking question, please?
Yeah, certainly. They're basically, there's garages underneath
Okay.
and then parking out in front of each of the units.
Oh, so there is parking on the road?
Yes, as depicted, it's sort of off-street, but it's, yeah. I mean, this is very conceptual.
So is there enough?
But we're talking Bayview here, right?
Yeah, Bayview, right.
Bayview, and the way that this is presented is it looks like there's a...
Yeah, if you can see right in front of the buildings,
So-
there's...
Have you seen?
So that, well, sort of, I haven't seen the whole package, but is there enough room for, so they're not on the road?
No.
All right,
It's-
okay.
It's pull in a driveway, there's a garage in front of you.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
All right. So my other concern is the northern loop. Oh, thank you. The northern loop that goes into where the utility easement is. I don't know if you've spoken with the utility people, if you have to get permission to put a paved road on their easement or not, but our church has the gas easement going through our parking lot. And we were told that we can't asphalt over it, of course, it's gas, because you have to, it goes underneath, so we have just clamshells. But I don't know if utilities are the same way. So that was just a question I had.
Could the applicant respond to that question, please?
Sure. Yeah, if you were to look at the approved plans of the existing project, which would be on your page 1 there, there's a series of roads that go through and have easements associated with them for the utility, and certainly it's, to your point, different than a gas easement. So we're just sort of, I'd say, about a quarter of the impact of the existing project, right, of what we're proposing. So we don't view, well, we'll still have to be talking to the utility around the change here. We don't see any issue.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Stu, for bringing up my Historic Cemeteries Commission, because that hill, we trudge up that hill, lugging our equipment, because we can't drive up there.
Yeah.
And it is just horrible. We have to rest halfway up.
Yeah.
But if we're clearing that cemetery, I mean, it's, and now we have several stones in there that we have to reset, which involves heavier equipment and tripods and everything.
We're happy to work with you to make that.
So, yeah, if we can get to that,
Yeah.
that would be really good.
We can make that happen.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have a question. Can you refresh my memory? Does Picasset Reserve have sidewalks, interior sidewalks?
Yes.
Okay.
And that
And
would
it-
carry through here.
It would?
Mhm.
Okay, because I see what looks like maybe like a walking path around.
You're talking about between.
In Bayview. I'm just offering the suggestion that it would be nice to kind of connect everything
It will be.
together.
Unions, I mean, we
Yes.
connect everything.
The other thought I had is just that I would be interested to know that main entrance road coming in off of Souza and its ability to handle 52 additional vehicles.
We can certainly, I think that frankly, I know it's 52 units, but it's not that much based, relative to the 145 that are.
Sure.
147, 145 in this phase, whatever it is.
Yep.
It's certainly, I don't want to make it diminish, I don't want to say that it's nothing because it is, but
Right.
it's, I
No, I
don't think
just-
there's going to be any impact really.
I'm sure that it's not going to be something that a traffic engineer is going to say, it's going to be a problem. I just raised that as a point of discussion.
And I'm sorry, Bayview, that's not we're not talking about age restricted there? Okay.
No.
Those are all two-bedroom units, I think.
Three.
They're all three.
Okay.
Would you be considering any amenities on that property?
No, I think they're going to share in the existing amenities
The other
in
ones.
Pecassi. Yeah. So, but there likely would be, a lookout here, gazebo
Spectacular.
area, because the views are pretty spectacular there.
Spectacular
Yeah,
views.
Yeah. So, I think that combining these two projects is a really big win for everybody here.
Okay. Any other public comment?
I've got one.
Go ahead, Dick.
My problem, and it's not necessarily your problem, is traffic studies don't ever combine. They don't look at them. I mean, you do this across the street now, you've got 276 units, and by the time you build this out, you'll end up with 5 traffic studies that say there'll be no appreciable increase in the traffic. And the boathouse even is going to expand and increase that, and I'm not sure how you get around that and look at what's the real impact of traffic. I mean, Sousa is not much of a road. It's pretty narrow, and 2 lanes, and we keep adding more and more traffic that's got to get in and out of there. And yeah, your project may not have that much impact, but by the time it's all built out, it's going to be a huge problem getting in and out of there. I don't know.
This has come up, the other project that's on, the Trilogy project is the other piece here,
Yes.
right below Bayview. And during the permitting of that and Pecassit Ridge, there was always a discussion about a traffic light at Sousa Road and Main Road. I think it's certainly going to happen someday, but the warrants for our IDOT to get that traffic light there were not close. And those projects went through with a kind of an understanding that everyone will keep track of what the warrants are moving forward, but that there isn't too much anyone can do about the lack of one right now. And that's going to continue to be the case, whether you have 52 units coming out of Bayview directly onto Main in a different location or something more controlled down here, may be better. But I mean, we know that issue is always been part of the, this is probably everything now, right? We've got both sides of the street.
It's a town issue more than anything.
Understood.
I mean, you almost can't, half the time, you can't pull out onto Main the way it is right now.
Right, understood. And those traffic studies do, most of them now, and use DOT work on background, and you look at other projects that are in development, and most of the planning boards want you to count all the projects together. We've done a little bit of a better job. But with what, you've got almost everything in front of you within the last 2 weeks. It's going to end up on Pecassit, on Sousa Road here. So we're getting closer to knowing what the outside volume is.
Yep.
At least you can go east and west too. There's another way out to Fish Road, so you have a choice when you make a call to go right or left.
Where they're also building.
Yeah, and I mean,
McGinnis, too.
Is any of the property that's in the PFD district on this usable space? Like on Main?
the pedestrian.
The pedestrian friendly? I know there's a lot of,
Is it, where does the ledge start, you mean?
well, that and where does it start to really, because I know it goes uphill pretty steep.
Yeah, I don't have that set here with us to give you a dimension, but there's some.
You don't have to tell me exactly. I'm just curious if there's a, a future commercial opportunity there.
Perhaps. We haven't looked at that. We were interested in seeing if it could be part of this project. And then, if there's something to talk about down the road about, we don't like to get into the, we didn't think it was a very feasible project the way it was coming up that ledge and all
Yep.
that. But down, I think there is some flat area down the bottom where I think that's a possibility that we could look at.
Okay, a couple of other things to consider that we've talked about in some other developments in this area. The entryway here probably needs to be a little bigger for school buses and for people bringing their children out to the entry area, if that's where the pickup is. There'll be cars parked there waiting for buses. So one of the other developments had kind of a double wide entryway there to accommodate those kinds of things. And the other thing that's been discussed in this area is a sidewalk or sidewalks that connect basically between Main and Fish.
I think that's already been in play with our preliminary approval. We were connecting into this project that was before the board at the time, I think, and then some consideration, I think, that project, I think, is gonna be next year, that also kept it going. So I think that's already been addressed. But I don't want to put my foot in my mouth there, Bill. I don't know if you remember better than I do, but I think that all was sort of considered in some of these previous.
And you're referring to the sidewalks?
Yeah.
Specifically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know we came from and connected west towards the abutting neighbor whose project was also before you that was approved, and then I think they were continuing along with that. So I believe that happened. Stu, you probably know better than anybody.
Well, if we're going to bring it back to preliminary on both of these, I mean, we'll want to be able to see all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my memory might not be correct on this, but you guys were gonna provide sidewalk to the adjacent property, which was gonna be the condos with commercial, and then I think you were proposing some sidewalk on the other side?
Yeah, yep.
But not the entirety.
Yeah.
Because you were running into wetlands.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
But that will all be pointed out when we bring this back to preliminary, so we can get assurances there. Okay. Anything else?
Not to beat the proverbial dead horse, but the bus issue, just as like someone who has a child, if there's not enough parking, people will park on Sousa Road.
Yeah.
That's not a very big
I
road, so
think
if there's like.
This dude was very interested in this earlier on, and I think what we agreed to on this side of the phase was where this connection comes in before you start going down the hill here. That's sort of the congregation area along with the
right out here.
mailbox queued up area, all right there. Parking on both sides of the road because we have wetlands on both sides.
We have a good plan for that, believe me, we have a good plan.
Okay. Great. Anything else? All right. Thank you, John.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm leaving with more papers than I came with. All right, we're going to transition to agenda item 3, Trilogy Tiverton LLC. Petition is for a major land development comprehensive permit application concept plan review. It's an alternative to an approved master plan. It's a
little wonky, but it'll work.
planning board, open public meeting. The development is an alternative plan to the approved master plan. This is a comprehensive permit application for a major land development consisting of a 2,400 square foot commercial building, 2 single-family condominiums, 14 duplex townhouse units, and 24 triplex townhouse units. The proposed residential units will be age-restricted to those 55 years old and over. Location is Plat 119, Lot 124, 0 Main Sousa Road, east side of Main Road, north side of Sousa Road. Zoning is the General Commercial Zoning District. Counselor, do you want to start while we're
Sure.
securing AV hookup here?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Matthew Landry from the Office of Bush and Kavanaugh on behalf of the applicant, Trilogy Tiverton LLC. I'm joined by Chris Duhamel from Dupree Engineering to my right, and Jordan Durham on behalf of the applicant at the end of the table. As you noted, this is a pre-application hearing for a project located on the corner of Sousa and Main Road. Seems like a popular spot these days. So a little bit of background. This project actually went through the permitting process back in, I think it was 22 or 2023, and did receive master plan approval for a residential mixed-use development that included 9 commercial mixed-use buildings with basically a live-work style setup. And that master plan was due to expire in January of this year. And I think it was in December or January, we came back and requested an extension, the first of 2 by right 1-year extensions of the master plan approvals for this project. So currently, that first extension will expire in January of 2026. In the interim, there's been a little bit of change in the scheme of the ownership of this property, and the applicant has been reviewing some alternative design proposals for the site now that they're involved. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the fact that commercial property is not really as viable or commercially viable these days, and we're in the middle of a housing crisis. So to have an extensive amount of commercial space on this property, mixed with the residential component, there's a fear that it won't be viable long-term, given the amount of commercial space and just what the market produces. The applicant is well-versed in the residential and commercial real estate market and feels that an alternative proposal may be more viable long-term to proceed with this project. So the existing master plan approval is for 46 residential units. 12 of those are affordable units, so 34 market rate units total. So again, it's a live-work type of environment. There's a larger commercial space along Main Road. This is in the GC zone. It's also in the pedestrian-friendly zoning overlay district. So this project certainly conforms to that, the idea that it's pedestrian-friendly, you park once and you can walk to area businesses. But again, the extensive amount of commercial space that's been approved for the site, long-term may not be viable. So the applicant's looking at alternatives for the site that may be more appropriate. So before you are 2 alternative concept plans, an option 1 and an option 2. When we were reviewing the site and the applicant was considering potential uses, kind of looked at this property as an extension of the villages across the street, which is an age-restricted mixed-use type community. And it would make sense for something similar to go in place here while still maintaining a commercial element, but introducing an age-restricted component to the site. As I stated on one of the earlier applications this evening, a 55-plus community has lesser fiscal impacts, less impacts on the school system, significant tax benefits, high-quality construction, high-quality design, very attractive development overall with much reduced impacts. So from the 46 units and 12 LMI units that are currently approved, the first option or alternative design would be to reduce the overall density to 37 units while maintaining the 2,000, I think it's 2,000 square foot commercial space along Main Road, which would comply with that pedestrian-friendly zoning district. This would come in as an age-restricted mixed-use community, which is by right in every zone except most of the residential zones. So it is a by right use here. We had considered whether or not it would require a zone change, but it would probably require some extensive zoning relief. That provision of the ordinance really applies to the villages across the street, which requires extensive waterfront frontage. It allows hotels and marinas and things of that nature. It also requires that it gets a minimum of 90 acres. So there would be some relief needed, if not for some type of zone change. It would be a land development project with zoning relief being requested to allow this reduced density, eliminating the commercial spaces from the lower levels of these residential units in favor of the reduced amount of density. We think it's a more viable project, albeit for some zoning relief that would be needed. Again, far less fiscal impacts, less traffic generally in a 55-plus community. And we think it fits in and conforms to really what was perceived for Main Road and Sousa Road, and would be a natural extension from the villages across the street and sort of a residential, commercial, mixed-use type development. We'd have to go through what the overall density calculations are. Chris and I had discussed briefly, and I think it's one unit per 6,000 square feet, and based on the usable density, we could get about 58 units here by right under that age-restricted mixed-use regulation. Again, we can confirm those as we move forward, but on those base calculations, we're well under what would be allowed by right under that district. And this would eliminate the comprehensive permit component to it. If the applicant were to proceed, we would reserve any rights within the existing master plan application, hold that in abeyance while he pursued this this alternative proposal, similar to how we discussed some of the other projects here tonight. Again, this is pre-app, so we're looking for some feedback from the board, particularly with respect to reducing the commercial space, keeping it along Main Road in favor of the reduced density. There would be 3 single-family residences included in this development and 17 duplex structures as part of option 1. As a second alternative option, it looks similar, but it would be presented as a comprehensive permit application. Again, this has already been approved at the master plan level for 47 units and 12 AMI units or LMI units. This alternative would again eliminate the commercial space under the residential component, maintaining the 2,000 square foot commercial building along Main Road, again, keeping that with that pedestrian-friendly mixed-use feel, sidewalk access and things of that nature. But it would come in as a comprehensive permit application and would be required to produce 25% affordable housing units. This proposal would be 40 units total, with 10 of the units being deed restricted to low and moderate income housing. There would be 7 duplex units, 8 triplex units, again, for a total of 40 residential units. I think the preference here is for the age-restricted units. It is a permitted use in the GC zone. I will note that in the GC zone, residential uses are permitted. And with the existing master plan approval, the zoning ordinance permits you to use the residential district regulations of the next closest district, which is the R60, just to the north. So under the existing approvals, the residential densities and those calculations are based on that R60 zone, and that's how it was approved. But again, the age-restricted mixed-use community is allowed in the GC zone, and there's a separate density calculation, 1 unit per 6,000 square feet of usable lot area. Chris, do you want to add anything? This is fully, it's sewered, it's watered, all the utilities are there. Again, there's an existing master plan approval for the site, but this would represent a more economically viable alternative by eliminating some of the extra commercial space. And Jordan can speak to that need more specifically.
I'll just emphasize that this site has an approved master plan from 2023, as Matt has said, at a much greater density, 46 units residential, 12,300 square feet of commercial, retail, 4,500 square foot restaurant. So there's an enormous amount of traffic that would be generated. All the traffic was qualified by Beta Engineering, Paul Bannon, for safe ingress and egress and high level of service. This greater use of the public water and public sewer system at 24,000 gallons had a will serve letter from Tiverton Wastewater District, from the Stonebridge Fire District. So what we're proposing tonight is a much reduced use of this parcel that was previously approved as a master plan with the Tiverton Planning Board. The same infrastructure is pretty much equal to what the master plan was. Water and sewer is available. Access to the site is the same as what was approved by the traffic engineer. There's just that much less work, less parking on site, less roadways on site. It's an easier design. The units are more substantial. Residential units are more substantial than what was previously proposed, and Jordan can speak to that. But this is a preferred development over what was the mixed-use development was previous.
Yeah, I'll just add, as Matt indicated, the idea is to kind of bring an architectural consistency with what exists at the villages of Mount Hope Bay. We're envisioning a very high quality, either age-restricted or age-targeted community, bringing a similar kind of diversity of styles and shingle-style housing type here. You'll see there's a number of different plan footprints that look a little different, kind of taking advantage of some of the different opportunities on the site. One of the big moves is to bring this kind of rear-loaded alleyway in where these units have a rear-loaded garage so that we can bring a nice residential street frontage to Sousa Road. So you actually have front porches and nice units facing out to Sousa Road. We think that would be a nice kind of treatment to Sousa Road to bring that residential feel right out to the street. As Chris indicated, there's a much less impact on the overall site coverage with taking out all those parking lots and all the associated lighting and drainage infrastructure that goes along with it. We feel like this would be a huge benefit to the town and offer a housing type that's not being offered by many of these other projects on Sousa Road where the density is much higher and they're much more targeted towards entry-level homes or rental units. These would be $700,000-800,000 condos that are slightly smaller than what exists at Villages of Mount Hope Bay, but in the same kind of high-quality housing type.
Can you go over option one again? I only caught 3 single-family, and then,
There's 17 duplex and 3 single-family.
thank you.
Yeah, as configured, the first unit as you come up the driveway is a single family, and then there's 2 at the end of the cul-de-sac, and then the rest of them are all duplex units.
I'm sorry, can you point that out again, please?
So I don't know if you have a pointer.
I do.
The first unit as you come in the driveway to the left is a single family.
At the bottom right.
Yeah.
What is 26, building 26 or something?
Building 20,
I can't see
it
the
looks
20.
like, yeah.
So that's a single family, and then these 2 are both
And then
single family.
6 and 9.
They're sort of taking advantage of the smaller footprint to work within the zoning setbacks and the radius of the road geometry. And then these sort of longer skinny units, they have this rear-loaded garage, so you come in the garage from the back, you've got a ground floor master bedroom in all units across the entire site, and you've got nice front porches that would be fronting along Sousa Road. These units, as you get deeper into the site, are a little more similar to some of the unit configurations at Villages of Mount Hope Bay, where you have a 2-car garage with a side entrance or kind of front corner entrance into a nice unit that would either have walkout basements at the lower grades or have a nice second-story finished loft space, but all the units would have a ground floor master bedroom.
You have a dead-end street there, too.
What's that?
You have a dead-end street there.
This street?
Yes,
Yeah, it's a service alley just feeding the garages to get parking in there. It's sort of a common driveway.
common driveway, but shouldn't there be a turnaround there?
Well, you turn into your garage.
Suppose an emergency vehicle.
Well, the emergency, you can address that.
Yeah, the length is limited so that fire access is less than 150 feet or so. We can work with the fire marshal. If we need a hammerhead at the end, we'll provide that, but,
T or something there.
I'm sorry?
Either a T or a.
Sure.
Yeah, like, with the road being right here, these units are close enough to the road that they wouldn't need a separate fire access there.
Understand,
And then
but-
these units, again, would be close to this road, so they wouldn't need a separate fire access. It's really a driveway that's feeding those rear-loaded garages, so you don't have this kind of feeling of garages fronting the street everywhere, you know?
Push them over the cliff.
So
No, go for it, Stu.
So Mr. Duhamel said, I think you mentioned Stone Bridge Fire District.
Yeah.
But that's actually in the North Tiverton Fire District
They
area.
They felt it was in Stonebridge was in their district, and they said there was enough water to service the
So
previous.
North Tiverton is supplying the water for the Pecasset Reserve and for the extension of Pecasset Reserve, which we were talking about a minute ago, the 52 Northborough Bayview condominium units. The development across the street, Vital at Tiverton Commons, went first to North Tiverton for water, and North Tiverton took a look at their hydraulic model and ran the numbers, the water usage numbers through their hydraulic model, and decided that they didn't have the water to supply. So then Vital turned around and went to Stonebridge, and Stonebridge said, fine, but Stonebridge does not have a hydraulic model. So their determination is not backed by scientific data. And so we are trying to get Stonebridge to develop a hydraulic model. And your project would then have to be run through that hydraulic model to make sure not only that there's enough water for your project, but that the water can be delivered in sufficient volume and pressure not to disrupt the rest of the system and not to disrupt North Tiverton Fire District, because North Tiverton Fire District gets 50% of their water from Stonebridge. And it goes through a connection which is very close, right across the street, as a matter of fact. The connection is right across the street from your development. So there are a lot of complicated water issues that we're trying to work through with other developments in the immediate neighborhood. And we haven't worked those through yet. I don't think we're anywhere close to working those through, but we'll wait and see.
So noted, we certainly have to work with Stonebridge and get, besides the will serve, what are the available fire flows within the development?
Yeah, because I just wanted to let you know that this board will probably not accept a seat of the pants guesstimate by Stonebridge. We're going to want to see hard facts on paper, and we're going to want to hire our own hydrologist to review that.
Yeah, I will just note that obviously with the elimination of the commercial space and the reduction in units, we're looking at a significant reduction in the overall water demand.
It's about a third of the water use from 24,000 gallons, which they approved as a will serve, is now 9,000 gallons.
Fine, yes, and I recall that because of the restaurant would have been a heavy user and so on. I just wanted to also say that I'm a little disappointed that the original layout had an overlook, a little public pocket park where people could walk, not drive, but actually walk up to an area that would have a nice view of the Sakonnet River. And that has disappeared, so I'm just wondering if you could find space to do something, because I am interested in pedestrian amenities, and I think that would make your development a whole lot nicer than the villages at Mount Hope Bay. The villages at Mount Hope Bay are really very dense and don't have the kind of landscaping or that, that was before my time on the planning board, but I am encouraged by your comments about good architecture, good design.
Yeah, I will say for sure, this is a concept plan application. We have not done landscape design yet, but we do intend to have a very nice landscape design as part of this, and understood about the idea of like the lookout. I don't know how much we see how realistic it is that people from the public would be coming to the end of this cul-de-sac to take a peek at that view. I think that's probably not going to happen all that often. I think there's many other places they could get a view.
Well, people walk in that neighborhood quite a bit, and that's why we're keen on sidewalks. And we're going to have a lot of kids as well as grown-ups on the sidewalk, on bikes, walking, and we don't have any public amenities like a pocket park or anything of that sort in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, we have
so it would be
intended to do
nice to find something somewhere, but.
No, like I said, we have an intention to make some nice landscape features that could be common, and we don't intend to have this be sort of a gated situation like at Villages of Mount Hope Bay, where you can't get into the roads without a code and et cetera.
Yeah.
You know, you can see it, we've also shown some parking for the cemetery access. So we intend this to be permeable, we intend it to be open for public access to walk. But we also have to be realistic about what the expectation of what a 36-unit condominium can provide to the public and themselves as well.
Sure, I understand that. Thank you, Mills.
So what is your decision point on option 1 or option 2? Like when do you sort of
I think what
call the
we're
question
here
there?
before you tonight to get your feedback on really
So-
the one major question is, would you be receptive to an age-restricted proposal that does not include affordable units versus the comprehensive permit proposal path that will include the low LMI units, but would also not be age-restricted?
Is that the major difference between 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just
3 units.
going to ask for clarification. So
'Cause I'm not
option 1 is 3 single-family homes and 17 duplexes for a total of 37 units that would be filed as under the RMUC zoning
That's correct.
framework.
Age-restricted, yeah.
But you recognize that you'll need relief to some of that. This option 2 is filed as the comprehensive permit with 10 LMI units, a total of 40 condo units, no age restriction.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And the existing approval was for 47 units with the mixed-use component, and I think it was 12 LMI units, just for comparison.
But in any of the scenarios, we intend to maintain the commercial space down on Main Road for a small commercial element to the overall mixed-use plan, but just not integrating the commercial into the various buildings on the site in either scenario.
And can you talk a little bit about that commercial space?
Yeah, we envision it as a single tenant, likely a coffee shop. We've had discussions with a coffee shop. I can't say the name of them, but we've had discussions with a local, well-known local coffee shop, not a drive-through.
Okay.
It's actually
A nice coffee shop.
It's shown identical to what the board had approved 2 years ago.
I'm only asking because I wasn't on the board 2 years ago.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
thank you.
2,400 square foot building, 8 parking spots, sidewalks within the pedestrian area.
Yeah, there's also, in addition to the 2,400 square feet, there's also a fairly large patio, kind of paver area that would be nice for outdoor seating for a cafe.
Got it.
Which is what we're envisioning.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I would vote for the age restricted myself.
Well, I guess I'm curious to understand, we're only talking about a difference of 3 units between the 2 options. Obviously, there's a benefit to the town when it's age restricted, but then we have 37 market rate units that we add to our denominator, our ever-growing denominator that will chase forever. And then we have a comp permit where we get 10 LMI units, we're adding 7 less to our denominator, and we're getting the 10 units, but then you're losing the benefit of an age restriction. So I think I'm just wondering if there's some way to smush these 2 things together. Get some age restricted and some LMI out of it, because obviously those are opposing benefits to the town. And it maybe instead of picking one or the other, there's a way to make them work together. I don't know.
I think we're potentially open to that. I think I need to confer with our attorney on exactly what the path looks like for the 55 and over that's not a comprehensive permit. I think my understanding, and maybe you can address that in terms of what the path is for the 55 and over without the comp permit. So I was under the impression that it required some sort of overlay or ordinance to be drafted.
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds like you have some new information I was not aware of.
Well, we'll have to discuss internally, what makes sense and what units would be deed restricted and how that would look if it wasn't a comp permit. I mean, I don't know if you can do something with the commercial space or, we'd have to discuss it internally, but I think the applicant's expressing a desire to at least address that and look at that. I think it's a valid concern, certainly, with all the comprehensive permits in town. This was a path that was more permissible, under the existing zoning, but I recognize the loss of affordable housing. So I'll work with the applicant. We can try to figure out if there's a way to integrate that, certainly.
And I'm happy to, join a discussion if you want to have one.
Yeah, we've also thought about the idea of maybe putting a few affordable apartments above the commercial space, so that would be a two-story building or three-story building with some
Which,
townhouse or
if you look
flats
at the form-based code, would be very much in keeping with what they've tried to affect on Main Road, which I think for the most part hasn't been the primary type of construction that we've seen. So it might be a nice fit.
There's some challenges with it because the parking and the grade change there is significant. As you can see, the many stripes separating the commercial space from the residential units. There's quite a, 12 feet? It's a pretty big
30 feet?
30 feet. That's a huge change. It's 12 feet after the wall. There's a significant retaining wall there. It's a pretty tough grade change. So adding additional parking to accommodate residential units in that building is going to be challenging. But
I mean,
we can certainly look at it.
I don't speak for the board, so if anyone disagrees with me, you should say something. but-
Yeah, I was going to bring up similar, only because there's just a difference between and that's why I was trying to push for hey, help us understand option 1 versus option 2 here. It seems negligible in the grand scheme here. And is there a both-and approach as opposed to an either-or?
Well, obviously, the affordable housing element is important. I think with the original approval, the density was bigger, to offset some of the costs and to make that financially viable. Under the age-restricted mixed-use density calculations, it could potentially get upwards of 58 units.
Sure.
I'm not suggesting we want to increase density here and do that, but an increase in density may be needed to offset some of the affordable components if they're added to it. But there's obviously some logistics here, so I think we just need to evaluate where it could fit and what makes sense for the applicant. But we're happy to do that. I think that makes sense.
Great.
I have a question. I know this is probably a tall order because of the gradient, but if there was any way to create some sort of foot access between the coffee shop and all of these neighborhoods that are going to be behind it?
Pretty sure that was part of the original master plan, is there was a winding switchback path that went up the
Quite an
hill.
endeavor going up the hill.
I would still like to see that.
Because that would benefit the coffee shop, because then they're not restricted to these 10 part. You basically, open yourself up to the access to the entire.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult, the length of that run to make up a 30-foot grade change is a ramp that's longer than a football field. It's a significant.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it when we did the master plan for this property originally.
It's like a zigzagging.
Yep, that's what it looked like.
Positano to get up and down the
Right, but if
Used to
it,
live in Marin County. That
but
doesn't
if
sound
it-
out of
but if
the
it could
realm
be
for me.
done inexpensively,
Yeah.
as with gravel or clamshells or something like that, for people during the decent weather seasons, it would be a really nice amenity. And I think that we have to start thinking about new approaches to designing these new neighborhoods. We've got a very dense neighborhood coming down the road at us, something that Tiverton has never seen before. And I think that a key to making that work is to be as pedestrian friendly as we can possibly be.
Yeah. Stu, I think that's a great point. The more we can do non-vehicular people movement, the better off we are in the long run.
And then you can tie into Northborough, which is going to tie into I'm just kidding.
Let's not forget the environmental impact on this parcel too, because of the tank farm that was here before.
Right. Right, this property was all under the same ownership as the Villages of Mount Hope Bay and was
Correct.
remediated in the same.
And this is where the
same timeframe,
I forgot what the fuel was up on top, and the terminal was up here too.
Yeah.
So we talked during master plan, and they were going to do more testing, so let's not forget that.
Yeah, the site has been remediated to residential standard. and it's
It
been-
has.
yeah.
Okay.
But still,
What's that?
but still, there may be some residues up there too.
One thing I just want to mention, I think that will be important in the, kind of in the determining, which direction you go in is I would want to sort of I would want to at least have a decent understanding of if you're going to apply for an RMOC, how much relief are you looking for? Because if it's lots and lots, we have to weigh that.
And we do too, I don't anticipate an extensive amount of relief. I think that the two biggest ones are the waterfront frontage and the minimum acreage that's required. It's like 90 acres, so, I think we can get past those, but we've got to look at the layout and some of the other requirements that are built in there, and we can certainly do that.
Great. Any other board comments before we move to public? All right, we'll open it up to public, same way, 3 minutes. Peter?
Peter Moonis, 83 Captain Circle. I'm concerned about the two-legged pedestrian transportation modes, bicycle and walking, and that porch area that's marked in red. Is there a sidewalk or bike lane area in that area? Proposed? I can't tell by looking from here.
There is not.
So,
Is what?
hang on, I'll ask the questions
Yes.
for you. Can you elaborate on sidewalks and/or bike lanes in the plan?
We haven't designed it fully yet at that level. Obviously, this is a pre-app. We were here kind of on the discrete basis around permitting strategy as opposed to like getting into sidewalk design. But we will obviously flush that out.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't proposed that on this plan.
What, just to let you know, so those units that front the street that run right up to that red zone, those have front doors right at that red zone. So there would be walkways and nice landscape and fencing and kind of walkways that lead to those front doors.
What's the red zone? I'm sorry.
It's a sewer easement.
Easement.
It's.
Does that restrict you from building? You just can't block the easement?
You can grade over the sewer easement. A patio, I believe, is acceptable, but putting a structure in there would not.
Right.
So, it's back really to the board. Will the board be asking the developer to put a I know you're not telling me now, and it's not shown there now, a sidewalk on Sousa Road, that length at least, and a half-decent, maybe a small bike path or four wide bike path lane. Because I'm concerned about the overall development of this area. It's very dense. And up the road, I guess we talked about it just before, not we, but you guys, talked about the developments coming down. And there are people coming down from that development down to that little store and walking that area for recreation and for a cup of coffee. And there should be a sidewalk or a bike path in that area. And those three developments, or two developments, should be connected together. This is what you get, the pedestrian development type of zone there. And the other factor is too, on Main Road, there should be sidewalks there too, if they're not sidewalks there. Please?
We are proposing a sidewalk on Main.
On the east side, I assume?
On the frontage of the
commercial
coffee shop.
Right, so that'll be the east side of Main Road. And then the board should be petitioning the state to get a traffic light in that area, and a crosswalk at least, because this
It's
is...
been requested.
It has been, so I don't know.
It doesn't meet it doesn't
Well,
meet.
I think they should be put pressure on, because you got a major three developments right there. And then you got this store, and then you got the village there. Put them all together and try to petition and give it a shot.
Thank you, Mr. Moniz. Certainly get it. I think for this board, we are, as we've talked about with other applications, including this one, traffic is a concern, non-vehicular movement of people and pedestrians is also a concern. We want to make these livable spaces as much as possible.
So forgive me for not knowing this. Where does the sidewalk start on Main Road? Because it's not here.
It's just the frontage of Main Road, which is limited to.
Right, that's your sidewalk, but there is sidewalk on Main Road.
Not there.
Not on
It's
the
other
side.
It's on the west side.
It's not, I know it's not on this side, but there is sidewalk on this side further.
Further north.
How far? Is it very far?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting up towards like Pecasset Cemetery.
Okay.
That's where it would be in the vicinity of Pecasset Cemetery.
Okay.
So it would be,
So it's quite a distance.
well, it'd be half a mile, 3/4 of a mile.
Because I know when we talked about this site previously, about master plan, that, and with Pecasset Reserve was going to swing a sidewalk down Sousa Road to this location, with the intent of this location picking up that sidewalk and running that down Sousa Road.
Exactly, and that's what we talked about when we approved Sousa Road condominiums
Right.
master plan.
So I think it's incumbent upon the board to make sure that we sort of drive
Don't
that
forget
forward, and because it's not necessarily the applicant's sort of concern there about other development sidewalks, but we're the conduit.
There are sidewalks on the opposite side of Main Road in
On the
this
west side.
location.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Any other public comment? Susan?
Susan Anderson, Main Road. The original plan did have a walkway from the store up the hill to the overlook. And I think if you have this condos, they might want to have a cup of coffee or whatever's at that little cafe. So it would be a good thing to have a switchback. Yeah, see that, there was a, wherever the overlook was, there was it was talked about to have that pathway up from the commercial to the overlook.
It was discussed and approved as such. It's not on this plan.
Yeah,
This just shows the building density.
right, but I
And
remember.
we've provided that feedback to the applicant.
Right,
And
right.
we'll see what comes out in preliminary.
The other question I have, if you can go back to your proposal.
Yeah, just a note, we are a different applicant than the applicant. that
Understand.
approved this plan, yeah.
The historic cemetery, you were saying they were saying, I'll present it to Bill. They were saying that there was an access from here to the cemetery? Is that what that black line is?
Yeah.
So is that a sidewalk? What is that? How wide is that?
You get up most of the hill with the roadway, and there's a parking spot, and then there's a sidewalk or a pathway.
Okay, how wide?
Gravel pathway,
So that's the
stairs.
parking right there?
That's parking.
So we could park there, and then we can
Lug your material
lug our
up the-
stuff up. Yeah, because there's a small entrance on that side, and then the bigger entrance is on the west side. But there is an entrance on that side. So this would be a much better way to get to it than from the Bayview, because there's no entrance on the north. We'd have to go all the way around. So this would be much, much better for us. And if there is a pathway that
Yeah,
would.
we could talk about how we make
Yeah,
this is
that
just
would
a
be
very
good for us to
It could be
lug our.
a cheap gravel or
Yeah, and
clamshell.
maybe you don't need 3 parking spaces, maybe you need more space to store something in the back. But
No, I
You're
mean,
talking
we
about
would
what
probably
the
need at least 2 or 3, yeah, because we'd be lugging tripods and stuff up to there, so that'd be good. I think that was my only comments, besides you talked about the turnaround, and if the fire, because that was my first thought, was the fire chief isn't going to like that dead end there,
We highlighted that.
but yeah,
And the applicant indicated that they would take that back.
right. So, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Any other public?
I
All right.
have just one, and then this actually is probably a question for Susan, is understanding that if Bayview is connecting to the cemetery, I just want to be cognizant that that will tie everything to Main Road, that we think about just making sure that people aren't traipsing through the cemetery, so we might need to do some directing, like through stones or having them walk around the side. that would be a travesty if that were
Sure.
negatively impacted by all of the potential foot traffic. So it's probably for you to consider, but.
Yeah. No. I
no,
think the
right.
comment is just be aware of the potential for increased foot traffic if there are paths coming up through here and then through another development.
Somebody dug a big hole, this was years past, put 2 tombstones inside the hole and they covered it up. We just uncovered those tombstones this year.
There you go. Okay.
Having the eyes on the street, so to speak, would be beneficial to protecting
Yep.
and preserving.
Anything else from the board? All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yep. All right. Well, is the next applicant going to be presenting anything on screen?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so maybe we keep the lights off. All right. I'll buy a minute here. So, agenda item 4, applicant owner is People's Credit Union out of Middletown. Petition is for a major land development concept plan review, planning board open public meeting. Proposed development of a 2,832 square foot commercial building to be a credit union with a 3-lane drive-through. Location is Plat 203, Lot 124, 0 Stafford Road, east side of William S. Canning Boulevard and west side of Stafford. It is a highway commercial zoning district. Counselor? Yep.
Make some preliminary comments, Court Chappelle, on behalf of...
Sir, could you use the microphone for us, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. As stated, this is in the highway commercial zone. Currently, as the lot speaks, it's about 19,600 square feet, slightly below the 20,000 required. But I don't know if you've seen it, but there's an administrative subdivision coming to a theater near you. There were 2 parcels that line Lot 124 that I think were part of the taking. They were on William Canning and the Rotary, and they're highlighted there in purple. There's negotiations now between the state of Rhode Island and the landowner to add those parcels as an administrative subdivision to Lot 24, and that'll take the 19,000 square foot lot to about 29,000, is it?
29,000.
About 29,000 square feet. With the 29,000 square feet, I'm going to start by saying I kind of tipped off Todd. We look at these when they come to us and we try to decide how we're going to interpret the myriad of new ordinances. But this under the town is a through street. I call it a through street because under our ordinance, if you have a street on 2 sides of your property that do not intersect on your property, it's a through street. If it's in the commercial district, you use the major street as your front. I think William Canning is a more major street than Stafford. So it seems to me that William Canning should be the front. When you see the drawings, the rotary is actually to the south, and the building generally faces south. But we were calling the William Canning side the front yard, which would give us a 40-foot setback. We would call Stafford Road the rear yard, which would give us a 50-foot yard setback. Ironically, those setbacks are less now because they would be dropped way down because under, again, new state law, when you're under 20,000 square feet, you go to the next lower one, which would be the 15,000 square foot business district, I believe. But because we're going to add to it, it is going to be a conforming lot. So I kept it, or we kept it, with the setbacks of a standard highway district, okay? But I believe the front and the rear is Stafford. That makes the 2 side yards. The rotary side to the south, that map is acclimated correctly, that up is north. And the north side would be the other land of this owner, which is the diner and some residential uses. Originally, as you know, these are the drawings. You don't have a survey for you when this is conceptual. We have actually completed some of the partial survey, and the entire lot is further back than this drawing by a couple of feet. So I have from P.W. Campbell, Kevin Perot, and he's going to go through the project for you on what they've designed and what they've asked to do. I also have representatives from People's Credit Union if you have any questions. Ben Tallman, who's head of facilities. Remember that in the HC zone, banks are permitted as a matter of right. We're just here for developmental plan review. However, whenever you have a drive-through for a bank, that portion of it is a special use permit with specific criteria. You've just done that new criteria. We believe we meet that criteria. For those of you that want to remember it quick, then where the first car is up to the window, that starts car number 1, and then 3 cars need to be in a queue behind that. They have to be 9 feet in width and 18 feet in length, and we meet all of that criteria. We're proposing 3 lanes and then the 20-foot setback to the sideline, so we think we meet that. We're aware of the concept that a 6 or 7 foot fence, according to your ordinance, has to be between the two. I don't know if it makes as much sense here with the commercial use on that side, but we certainly don't need any variances there. The only potential variance we may see is if you call Stafford Road the rear, and it's 50 feet. We currently, because of the triangular lot, are into that in the southeast corner, and we would need up to about a 10-foot rear yard variance, although still maintaining at least 35 feet to the property line and almost 45 feet to the macadam known as Stafford Road. But that would be a modification that could be done under the development plan that would have to point out and ask for.
Can you scroll to the one that shows us the building?
Yeah, so I see your questions, Ashley, on your face. So when we met preliminarily, we were going off of, a Google Earth and lot lines that were being shown there. When we got the survey back, and so originally we didn't think we had as much property in the back, and we thought we were going to have to do a lot line adjustment in the back in order to make the site work. Turns out we have more property than what we had shown you before, which is which is why I sent around the updated drawings here, just to get everyone on the same page. So in this case, we'd actually, I'm going to scroll to the next one because I think it's more definitive in terms of what we would think. So in addition to that lot line adjustment to take on the state property, we would probably be giving back to the other parcel a portion of the site in order to not interfere with their curb cuts, that yellow portion that you see at the top. But when all that shifting, we pushed the building back as far as we could with the drive-through, and because of the triangular lot, we're looking at it encroaching probably about 10 to 12 feet, and then with the overhang a little bit more in that front corner. And that's where we're asking for that relief there.
And I'll just say that I believe the first process of an administrative subdivision is that because the wings that we are getting from the Department of Transportation will be adding to a substandard lot. And I believe the definition of an administrative subdivision is that we are moving lot lines, but we are neither creating a lot or a street, and that we are not making an existing lot any more non-conforming. In fact, we're making lot 124 from 19,580 feet to more than 20,000, so we make it conforming. And although I haven't done all the math on the other lot, because we're making it bigger, by definition, that lot has to be more conforming as well. Once we do the administrative subdivision, and it's conditional because this is a potential lease. The owner is long-term leasing it to people. So if it's granted, the subdivision and the approval will be done together. They wouldn't necessarily be modifying all the properties for our particular project unless it comes to fruition. But I do believe we'd meet the administrative. By meeting the administrative, we also minimize or eliminate any of the modifications. But the one downside I saw of the lot shifting back is, as it shifted back, it changed our variance from 10 feet to 12 feet or 9 feet to 11 feet, depending on
the width of that building, which is what we're trying to keep to meet the kind of rigorous needs of banks, as you know, are fairly standard. You see the pictures there, but the size of them and the requirements inside and the location of the windows in the back and how it's logical to get from the tellers to the also doing the windows, it just kind of designs itself, and we can't merely chop it like some people would ask in a zoning board to say, hey, can you just cut 2 feet off it? It becomes very difficult for us.
Can you just help me? Yellow is property that you're proposing to merge with the adjacent lot.
Correct.
Yes.
The the light green stripe that kind of runs through the building represents your setback.
The difference between the 50
dimensional
Yeah, so
Light green, I think, represents the piece coming from, on the left-hand side anyway, that's the triangle that's being added, which actually would include, you'd carry that yellow line straight back.
So this line here is the 50-foot setback coming down here.
Yep.
And this line here is what we think we need for relief with the overhang.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Which is about 15 feet.
Correct. At the maximum, it would be 15.
And that includes the overhangs.
Correct.
Which isn't just to the foundation, which normally we count lot coverage, but sometimes setbacks, I believe you have an overhang allowance in your ordinance.
I think I'm just getting lost in the greens.
Yeah, sorry.
The differences between the dark greens and the light greens are a little unclear to me, but I'm
Yeah,
sure we can resolve that.
Yeah, part of that's just the landscaping differentiation, some of
Right.
the original lots.
Go
But
to the lot, isn't there one that's just the lot
yeah,
itself?
let me get it back up here.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
So the purple are the pieces to be added. That one just doesn't have, that has the irregular north-shaped lot.
Yep.
And in the top picture, that turned into a straight line.
Yep.
So when you turn that into a straight line right behind where those cars are parked.
You get your
that
two yellow
creates the two yellow
triangles.
triangles
Got
that
it.
are going back to the other establishment.
Okay.
It just, there's no reason not to clean up the lot lines if, that they're not adding to our setbacks, because our setback is still from that fulcrum point. So we can just clean up the lines and help everybody.
Well, it looks like they're already parking there anyway, so.
Yeah.
And so I know you've been through a lot of conversations so far, so I'm not going to dwell on any, I'll answer as many questions as I can. Just from I know there's questions about traffic. I just want to address those up front. We will have a traffic study done, obviously. Financial institutions, I do this a lot. Financial institutions are transient destinations, so they don't typically generate traffic despite what the studies say. People do this transaction on the way to and from something else, so it's really just people coming in and leave. So we don't think we'll be generating, significant traffic and transaction volumes in financial institutions, which the ITE hasn't caught up with yet. Are down overall because people do their transactions mobily and online, et cetera. So some of those numbers are antiquated too in terms of what people go in for and how often.
You will notice, I think there's 16 parking spots. Your ordinance calls for one per 300 square feet, which would be closer to 10 or 11. We had room for them, so we put them in there. Banks are becoming less of a parking and more of an online situation these days. We've all stood in lines in banks for 20 years, but not in the last 5. So, but we still have a lot of, we still have more parking in case this ever became something else somehow. It meets or exceeds your requirements.
Are all 3 of the lanes that have access to the window, or is one of them a dedicated ATM lane?
Correct. The first lane is a dedicated ATM lane, and then there's 2 lanes of drive-through.
Okay.
Of the pneumatic tubes to come up. Yep.
Okay.
I would be interested to see, because I know you've got 3 spaces within each queue line, and maybe this would never even be a reality based on what you just said about people banking less in person. But if you had cars in that one way, how many cars do we fit before we're in the road?
Yep.
Kind of situation, and
Yeah, if that happens, that'd be great, because then we build another building real close by. Because it would be a tremendous amount of business. But I'm just guessing that you're probably another 3 or 4 cars back there
That's what
before
it
that would
looks like.
happen. So, yeah, I haven't seen that kind of volume on a building in a long time now.
It's probably 2 or 3 wide on the first one back before it gets into single of
You're
3.
probably right. You could probably fit another 2 on the outer lane before you would even swing into that
And there's-
one way.
And you are correct, there's an outside lane to drive around that as well.
Yeah.
And I do think that, people are pretty smart about this, that they see that if it got to that point, I believe people would park and come in the building rather than wait in that line, and it's not going back into the driveway.
You're right, probably for the bank, but they won't if it's Dunkin' Donuts. They'll
Yeah.
sit in the street.
Well,
Yeah, this-
I mean,
I've seen
there
them do it.
there is a
Yeah.
precedent in town where that has happened.
And I'm not even talking about in
Yeah,
Tiverton, I'm
where
talking about
it-
somewhere else,
There's,
but.
the queue
yeah.
is so long that it blocks Bliss Four Corners, which
Yeah,
is,
for a financial institution or for?
no, for
Or
a
Dunkin'.
Dunkin' Donuts,
Yes.
which is
Don't
not your
serve
problem.
coffee and
Yeah.
it'll be fine.
Yeah.
We could sell water for.
Can I, so, are you good?
Yeah, I'm
Can
good.
we jump into things? I'm just looking at the clock here.
I will say your ordinance also says that we'll try to minimize the entrances from streets, and I know there's 3, so I want to make sure you're okay with that. It certainly makes sense to have access from Stafford. It certainly makes sense to go out to William Canning and go through, and then the exit for the drive-through just makes its own sense not to bring all that traffic back around into the traffic pattern. So we consider that a minimum, but if you read your ordinance, that'll be one of the things you'll be asked to consider.
Yeah, and frankly, that is my major concern with this. I applaud the credit union coming in. I think it's a great use of the property, driving that every day, or nearly every day. That with those 2 entrance, or the 2 entryways on William S. Canning, that's just a really crazy spot. And even with having that rotary thing in there, like, people still can't figure that out, even after a couple of years. So,
Yeah. So the one to the, I'm going to use to the north here, this would be exit only.
That's one way just for.
so I applaud you for trying to do that. I think the reality is that you're going to have people coming in there. I mean,
Yeah, we will sign it really well, because we do not want people coming in against drive-through traffic, while people have, money in their hands, so.
I hope so.
This is, what is to the north? Is a business to the north, correct?
It is
I
a
think it's a
diner
back-
and a smoke shop.
That's a cut through.
And a couple of
That's a
residential
cut
units in there.
through.
Beyond that. Yep.
And what is to the south?
That's the
Rotary.
rotary,
The rotary, yeah.
the traffic circle.
Is there a
there.
monument
I think it's
there?
rotary here,
There used to
circle
be a
entrance.
monument.
No, there is no monument there.
It's pretty complex drainage.
And abandoned.
Is the reason I think they're keeping that portion of it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that dips down like quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a basin of sorts there.
There's a lot of riprap stone,
Yep.
We'll get back to the,
and that's what allows us to meet our draining calcs, but we'll have the engineer testify about all that.
I don't know if this is in your purview, but just knowing that, like, my mom got into an accident on this road just a little bit north, coming out of the gas station. If the William Canning exits could be one way, and I know people don't love that, like, that's probably the best, because if you start to look at the exit closest to, at least the exit closest to the parking, you start to get into that double yellow line, and that's screaming accident. And you've got you've got two lanes on one side. When people cross from this side to that side, it's a disaster. So I don't know if that's possible, but I would.
yeah, we're absolutely have the traffic engineer look at it, because I know my dealings with traffic engineers, a lot of times they would rather have someone, stationary, especially on that back one where I'm saying egress only. If you're trying to turn left onto William Canning, you'd want someone to be fully stationary, be able to see in both directions and make that turning movement from a stationary standpoint versus, potentially going up and doing a U-turn somewhere else, which is, we don't want to force people to do those kind of turning movements. But I think we're very open to looking at how do we make the safest turns possible, from especially from stationary standpoint, and then also utilizing the rotary. So obviously people can go back there. We don't necessarily want people doing Big Bend Parliament over and over again, but we'll definitely take a look at that.
I mean, in reality, the safest is if they go out on Stafford and come around the rotary the other way. But
Right,
and then my assumption is that there is a need, like you have a lot of, or the reason this bank is coming here is there's a gap in locations and there is a need here.
Correct,
You've
yeah.
got- okay.
Yeah, they've done an extensive demographic study, yeah.
And that
Get a
feeds
lot of
into your
people
point about
coming
the
to
volume.
and from the.
Well, the house is going in, we figured this was the best place.
It's true too.
Okay. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, last call for the board. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
The least controversial.
I'll only say on the front yard versus rear yard, we should talk to the zoning official, get his determination, and make sure we're all on the same page there.
I think there's a lot of ways to look at it. It makes sense, it's the main road. unless
I
you call
don't, yeah, I mean, without.
The rotary, the main road.
What?
But I'll tell you, the
Defined.
old, whatever the,
The through lot is defined, Court.
yeah, I have
It's
it
the one
for
with
you.
the primary access.
What the through lot says is that a lot fronting on more than one street, such as through lots and corner lots, shall be that along the street line which is greater of the two, and shall conform with the front yard requirements. In the general commercial zone, I know this isn't general commercial, the front yard will be considered to be that of the primary street. So if you call William Canning the primary street, that's your front. And if you call Stafford the primary street, that's your front. I don't think you call the rotary your front, because you can't enter or exit.
Well, you've
from
got
that.
two existing curb cuts on one side, which to me indicates that's your primary.
But the old address, if you look up the property, 29 Stafford.
Yep.
So
Tax assessor doesn't determine.
I will tell you, for our point of view, the side yard is still the side in the back.
Sure.
The front or rear to the rotary is still 100 feet and more than we need. And whether we technically need a 8 or 12-foot variance on the right side or the left side is the only difference to us. It's the building, I don't know, changes. It's more about precedence and what the town
I'm
wants
sorry.
to call the front and the
It's
rear.
front lot line that is defined as the lot line separating the front from a street right-of-way and shall be the side of the lot that serves as the primary access to the street right-of-way.
And again, I read that too, so which one of those is primary?
You tell us which is the
Well,
primary.
I believe in telling you that it's William Canning, but I want you to recognize that.
I would suggest it's Stafford because you're exiting onto William Canning from the drive-through.
Well, we're only exiting, but we enter and exit from both of the front ones. Those are both two ways.
So who has the onus for?
Zoning official, which is
Okay.
why I
It's a
suggested we should
traffic
talk.
count.
Okay.
I don't know which one would win that, if that's the definition of the.
We're not going to solve
No,
this
we're
here.
not
Yeah,
gonna-
no,
Is
he
that
is.
something that you can take?
We're
Okay,
getting
so
into the weeds, and
Ashley-
you need to take that to the zoning official.
Yeah, he interprets the zoning ordinance, we'll bring this issue to him, and
Okay.
we'll work through it.
It
So-
says in intensity of classification, and I'm sure our traffic expert will have an opinion
Okay.
of the classification, of
So,
which one is bigger or smaller.
I would recommend you guys bring your argument, we'll talk about it, we'll get him to make a
Doesn't matter.
determination.
The only
talking
thing
about
that I would
fees.
do with you, Todd, is to ask that we advertise it in a way at preliminary that the variance is either to the east or west on that determination.
Why can't we get that determination
should-
from the building official?
We should be able to get that before you return and not leave that up in the air.
Yeah, and communicate that accordingly.
But it won't matter to us, I just wanted again to point it out.
Okay.
so I know you made a comment about, this intersection and what it looks like today and it being an improvement. For the applicant's feedback, do we have any other feedback or comments from the board about whether this is a project that looks favorable at this stage in terms of, is this a good use of the property, et cetera?
I support it. I mean, leave it to others on the board to weigh in. but-
Yeah, I think we all support it.
Yeah, I think we're good.
One more landscape plan for you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
And sir, I appreciate your pop culture reference to European Vacation. Few people would get
Big
that.
Ben.
Big Ben Parliament.
Yeah.
I use that often, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Ed, can we turn the lights on?
don't need anything for something. I got a fan. You don't need it for the zoning?
Actually, that's a great, yeah, we should, sorry. Good, thank you.
No, sorry, no AC. I can turn the fan up, but it goes really
it gets
fast.
loud.
Yeah.
I remember that from the last time. Yeah, this is good.
I'm wearing my natural deodorant. So I didn't transition yet. I thought I could ride it out for another couple weeks, but I'll put the aluminum on one next time.
Thank you for the heads up.
Just make sure that gets into the minutes.
Right.
Moderate, I've got it. Everybody's
Yes.
like, I have to leave.
Okay.
It does make
Yeah.
it too.
1, 2, 3. You have a quorum. 4, 5.
You're still okay?
Thank you, James.
Okay.
I just need a minute, Bill.
Yep. So I'll buy time here. So we're moving on to agenda item number 5. Recommendation to Town Council on amendments to Appendix A zoning ordinance, Article 2 definitions, the adding of car vault in construction and demolition processing facility, Article 3 zoning districts, add planned development park, PDP floating zone to the list of zoning districts in Article 3. We have a lot of stuff to read. Article 4, Sections 4, 7, 10, and 13, adding the district use table car in the creation of operation of information technology or financial services, facility primarily engaged in scientific, medical, or technological research, retail business of less than 20,000 square foot building footprint with liquor license, retail sales and/or rentals with open lot storage other than display of sale, construction and demolition processing facility, further adding a column to the PDP zone and amending some uses in the industrial zone to recognize that a column was added for the PDP. Next is Article 4, Section 19, updating and clarifying the ordinance, most significantly clarifying uses permitted by right and uses permitted by special use permit, and amending the approval process to comport with the general laws. And Article 6, other district regulations. Performance standards are proposed in Article 6, Section 10 for car vault, also for retail business of less than 20,000 square foot building footprint with a liquor license, and also for construction and demolition processing facility. We will discuss and vote on a recommendation back to the town council, which I believe has to happen within 45 days.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Todd,
Sir.
over to you, sir.
Where do you want me to start? You've all had these.
Yeah,
suggested
I say
revisions
we,
referred to
I say
by
we
Leonard.
start to chip away at this. Do folks need to actually go through and show the highlights where we're talking about things here?
I can, why don't
we
go
start
with
there?
definitions first? Yeah. First definition up is one of a car vault. I can certainly read it.
Well, it's on screen, we've read it. In the interest of time, we can.
Yeah, okay with the definition?
I was fine with the definition. Others can weigh in.
Okay. Next definition, I
Yeah.
believe, is that of a construction.
Actually, Dick, do you
Yes,
have
Yeah, I had one on campground.
Not a
Could that also-
discussion.
That's not.
I thought we were doing definition.
No, we're only discussing what was added or recommended by the town council for us to add
Okay.
at the April 21st, or at their last meeting.
Yes.
We discussed this during the long place.
You did.
Yeah.
Yes, during their concept plan.
And perhaps maybe some context for everyone. These are additional definitions. I mean, do you want to take
Sure.
that?
So you were presented with the concept plan on a car vault by Street Legal LLC, I believe it is. Town council is looking to sell some property or has entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Street Legal for certain parcels in the industrial park, as I still call it. And for that use, they want to have a car vault. Street Legal wants to have a car vault. So we need to amend the zoning ordinance to accommodate that. The town council has recommended to this planning board a car vault definition and changes to the use table as well as performance standards to accommodate that. In addition, they've recommended some changes to the Article 4, Section 19 PDP ordinance itself, to update it and make it legal, frankly. So the first definition we would have is car vaults. Any questions about that definition? Stu's good, I'm good.
Yep,
No,
good.
I'm fine. I think that's fine.
The next definition and background on this, construction and demolition processing facility, is that this is a potential use for the industrial park that is being proposed. You saw a letter from Mr. Monty discussing this potential use, and thus the town council has recommended the use by definition, changes to the district use table, as well as performance standards.
And so, like, we'll wait till we get to the use table here to really get into this one, but the definition as provided here, Todd, pulls from
General Laws
General Law.
23-18.9-7, parenthesis 5 specifically.
So we're not making this up on our own, we're having consistency with state law.
Precisely.
Okay.
I don't think that this use should be allowed in the PDP, because the PDP was created for the industrial park, and the industrial park was supposed to be like not enterprise zone, but a professional office. And I don't think construction belongs in there. There's stipulations according to Article 4, Section 19, that says it would be 150 acres. It was custom-made for that piece of property. And to put that type of a business in there, which also encompasses our watershed, I don't think is a good fit.
Okay. I'm just presenting to
So
you.
I'd like to just echo what Rosemary said. We've had long, historically, going back in time, we've had long discussions about what was originally called the industrial park, but what we decided to begin calling the business park. And the whole idea of this, it's all spelled out in the comprehensive community plan. There are two sections on the business park in both the element or chapter on land use and on economic development. And in both of those sections, uses are described that are far more commercial than heavy industrial. I think that this is incompatible with the comprehensive community plan. I'd be happy to read those sections to you, but I think it makes clear that what we're looking for in the park are uses like Longplex and like the Advantage self-storage and even Bill's firewood sales that are not heavy industrial. And so I think it's incompatible with the comprehensive community plan. The second thing I'd like to point out is, we are now seeing an expansion of Longplex into more of a campus-style sports complex that will bring tons of kids into the park and their parents. We're talking about a hotel, a couple of restaurants. Is that use compatible with a construction and demolition processing facility that might involve a great deal of truck traffic? And some of that truck traffic could be very large trucks bringing materials in and out on a daily basis. And I think that becomes a health and safety issue for the park. So I am very much opposed. I know that town council has asked us to give our view, and whether our view is positive or negative, they can go ahead and do whatever they want with the park because they have the statutory authority to make decisions about the business park, not the industrial park. But in good conscience, I can't support this. Now, I don't mind, we can have a definition if you'd like to keep the definition in the definition section. But in the use table, no, it should not be an allowed use in the planned development park overlay district. It should not be a permitted use there. There are other places in town where it might be permitted, but
Sure.
certainly not in the park.
So anticipating some extended discussion on this particular use, can we just cover off on everything else besides the,
Yes.
yes, Mr. DeMello's?
The C and D.
Yes.
What letter did you say you had a letter?
Mr. Monti,
It
the
was-
letter was in your
came in the-
package.
I
In the
didn't get it.
packet.
You did.
Paper?
Yes, it was provided by the abutter.
Yeah, there was another letter too, from Karen.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a letter from Mr. Monti, and then there's some correspondence from some residents.
That was
Right,
provided
I got-
to you.
Yep.
I got yours.
My ask is to just try to keep some control here, because I anticipate being able to respond in a positive fashion to the town council on everything else besides this one. Can we just cover off on those items?
I would make a motion, if you're looking for a motion, to approve definition and use table for the car vault.
Well, there's also performance standards or the changes to the Article 4, Section 19 as well, Stu. I mean,
Okay, everything except,
I also provided some comments.
Yes.
Suggested amendments.
Yeah, so before we get to, well, I mean, we could take a motion, get to a second to open it up for discussion, but I just want to make sure there's nothing else you feel like you need to cover off.
Ashley did have some good comments that we need to make amendments to, revisions for.
Okay, Ashley, why don't you go?
But we can go through this very quickly.
Yeah.
Leaving out the C and D discussion, all right? So, because I need to make sure everyone's also aware of what's going on. I trust you all read it, though. Article 3 was the establishment of districts, so I've included the PDP district, overlay district in that definition, right?
Oh, Todd,
Yes.
I know you've worked so diligently on this use table, but do you think that we could put, like, refer them to the Article 4, Section 19 on the PDP?
For what, Rosemary? I'm not sure I follow.
For the whole, just so, because people
This?
look at the use table.
Right there.
Yeah.
It says it in
Article
the,
419.
What else should I do?
Right, but keep the column off of the use table. You've got that.
So you're
right.
saying you don't want the column?
I don't.
Okay.
I
think,
disagree.
I think we
It's up to
should
the board.
have, just, I think it's beneficial to have it all there, like one source of truth.
You have to go to
But
an
can you
entirely
reference-
separate section to find out what's permitted, and those permitted uses don't align with the permitted uses in the table the way it's currently written. So we're trying to modernize the zoning ordinance and bring everything in, making it more user-friendly is to put what you need to know all in one place, instead of having to go to 6 different sections.
I agree with you on that fact. However, I've seen it too often where it hasn't been amended in the other place, you know, and
Well,
The
that's one of
revolving
my
door.
comments, was to not repeat the text language in that section. Like, I don't think that we need to specifically list permitted uses in the text if we're adding the PDP to the use table. That's the whole purpose of doing that.
okay, but there are some important things in that article.
I'm not saying get rid of the article,
Okay.
I'm just saying we
As
should,
long as it conforms.
if we're doing this, part of this effort is also to make things work better. It seems duplicative to me to add in written form what's permitted in the PDP if we're adding a use table that specifically tells you what's permitted in the PDP. That doesn't get rid of the performance standards. It just, I don't think you have to list them, because now there's 2 places to go if you're going to amend something. And this is how you end up with conflicting language. So that was one of my suggestions, was the language. I don't think we need to write everything into, like, I don't think you need the dimensional standards for the PDP if you just add them to the dimensional table.
I don't think so either, but, you know, the revolving doors that we've had here.
Well, I think this is our opportunity to sort of clean up in a way, shape, or form that sort of benefits us for the longer term here. So, Ashley, do you want to sort of keep going on?
Can I understand what the consensus of the board? Do you want the PDP column or not in the table?
Yes, yes, I think we need it.
Dick?
Yep.
Okay.
I just have one comment while we're on that, though. Ashley and Todd, we have other floating overlay districts that are not columnized. We have the casino gaming overlay district. We have the manufactured home, that's Country View overlay district. We have the RMUC, the age-restricted mixed-use community that came up earlier.
Floating,
And they're
right?
floating, so
So you-
they're not in this table because
Because those are really one-offs, Stu. Those
They
were
are.
very specialized zones.
so they don't need to be there.
I don't think
Okay,
you need
I
to
just-
put, I don't think you need to put the floating zones. Floating zones are very different. They're unique in the sense that they exist on paper, but they don't actually sit anywhere until you have a project that applies for them.
Right, so that's fine. No, I just wanted to clarify that.
We are calling this.
Yes,
the
VA,
floating.
it is a floating zone, but it's different.
It's not established.
It
Those
is-
are zones over something that's established. I get it. I'm fine with it. as long as
Completely,
everybody-
I completely get it, and I agree that you're going the right way.
Okay, so consensus, keep the PDP column in the table.
So you have a copy of a document that I provided that has, it's the PDP zoning ordinance amendment. It has my initials on the end of it, ABS.
Yes, yes.
So anything that I added in there, I put in blue. I highlighted it in blue. Todd was highlighting in yellow so that you can easily see. That's not the one that's up on the screen, but it doesn't need to be. I just made some minor, I think, language tweaks that tried to clarify certain things, and then I did call out some questions about the,
I'm going
needing
to
to
get there.
repeat.
I'm really going to get there.
Okay.
I really am. The district use table, though, car vault, is this where you want these uses to be permitted? I'm sorry.
Yes, I was fine with how car vault,
Highway commercial, industrial, in the PDP zones.
yeah, so the Ps are falling in GC industrial and
Just the highway commercial.
highway commercial.
Highway commercial, industrial, and PDP.
Yep.
No problem.
You're okay with that?
Yep, no concern.
You'll see we've changed the driving tier range from permitted in the PDP only. Yeah, that's a strike through it actually in that P up there. So it's a no in the industrial, but only in the PDP.
Yep.
And I've done that consistently where we've had similar
Yep.
designations. I took from the PDP ordinance, the facility primarily engaged in technology and financial services, as well as scientific medical, put those in the table. To Ashley's point, to get them out of the Article 19 and put them into the table, you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Only allowed in the PDP zone, though. Okay. I don't think there should be much conversation about this use, but a retail business of less than 20,000 square feet, building footprint with a liquor license.
Yes, we've discussed this. This is in response to an existing business.
Right, but it's
in this-
proposed in multiple zones,
Yeah.
so I just want to make sure everyone's comfortable with this. Village commercial, general, commercial, highway commercial, waterfront zones, both.
Yes.
All the form-based code zones and the PDP.
Yep.
Yeah,
Good?
I didn't have any issue. Did anybody else?
No.
Okay.
Section 10, retail businesses. I want to make sure you all saw this. The use was retail sales with open lot storage other than display for sale. It's suggested by the town council that that be made retail sales and/or rentals with open lot storage. Being that if you're allowed to sell it, why couldn't you also rent it?
Yeah, I would accept that. I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
Yep. Anybody else? All righty.
Construction demolition, I know we're skipping. All right.
Was there anything up top, just to call out, only because similar to what we covered off before, we're sort of moving because we had that sort of caveat in industrial. We're now formally putting that as special use permit in the PDP column.
Precisely, thank you. All right, so now we're in the Article 19, the PDP ordinance, we call it, right?
Yep.
Definitions have been moved up. Requirements.
I had
Go.
two suggestions here. On the second line, to strike the word constructed and say designated. You don't construct a PDP. It's just awkward language. Down, down.
Second line?
Under requirements.
I'm sorry.
Second line of that, I'm sorry, of section B.
Line 34. Yep.
Because you don't actually construct a PDP, you designate the area. And then the second suggestion was right after Todd's added, yep, go ahead.
Do we want to make an edit here?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to like, so we don't
Yep,
lose
no,
sight of it
you're,
or
that's
forget.
right.
Designated, Ashley, you said?
Yes.
And I'm only doing it red so I can see later the differences between you and what the town council have, okay?
Yep.
Right.
And then the next one is after the words "and developed" that Todd has added, I said in totality or in phases. The way this whole thing read to me, it was confusing and it made it sound like you have to do the whole 150 acres, like you can't do pieces or phases of construction. So those were just for clarifying.
I think those are good edits.
I don't have any issues. Anybody?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Okay. Ashley, one of your comments later on is the conflict between performance standards and the standards in the PDP for parking, for example. My thought was to add a number 4 right here that says along the lines of where design and site standards conflict with Article 6 performance standards or Article 16 special use standards, Article 6 and 16 shall govern.
It's whatever the preference is, I just want to make sure that we don't have that conflict without direction as to what to apply.
What is the cleanest approach there?
I think if we do it, that's what I could come up with as the.
But the question, the bigger question, the policy question is do we want the standards of the PDP to apply, or do you want the standards of the performance standards for the use that we designed to apply? Because in some cases, those two things don't align. So for instance, I think one of them is parking. There's a section in the PDP language that speaks to parking and what parking should be, which conflicts with another section of ordinance. So the PDP was developed and designed specifically for this location. If the comfort level is like, let's keep the standards that are in place, then I would say to reverse that, what Todd, what you said, which is when there's a different section of the ordinance that conflicts with this section, this governs the PDP. But it's a policy decision for you guys.
Those other sections were the ones that we talked ad nauseum though, correct?
Some of them are performance standards, and we were thinking in general terms of this particular use everywhere it's allowed. Now we're looking specifically at the PDP and seeing that there is PDP language that was specific to this use for that location. And the question for you guys is, do you want that to govern, or do you want the general standard to govern? I tend to think you'd want the specific standard to govern.
Yeah. Well, I think given the uniqueness, I mean, I would err towards that latter sort of scenario there.
And putting in the statement, I think resolves the issue. It's just when you have conflicting standards, there has to be something that tells you which one applies.
Yeah.
That's
Okay. So the proposal on the table is to, in situations where there is conflict, to have this, the unique,
PDP
the PDP
would
specific
govern.
would govern.
I think that,
The PDP?
that's wise, because
Really, is it the
I was
PDP?
I was part of those discussions, and there was a lot of discussion about parking in the PDP.
Well, hang on. Do we now have another?
I
It's
just want
not,
to make sure I'm typing it right.
it's not just parking. I just used that as an example. I just started to notice that with all of the language in the PDP, that there was definitely overlap between performance standards and the PDP language.
Right.
I think,
I dare not ask this question, but I am. Is there a broader cleanup activity that needs to happen in order to avoid sort of the situation of discrepancy all
well,
of itself?
you may, I would say, for now, you say one or the other governs, and as part of the ongoing zoning rewrite, we could always go back and look at, okay, we have overlap in the PDP and we have overlap with the
I think you
performance
say,
standards.
look, I think you say that the performance standards or special use standards apply, and then in the performance standards or special use standards that we have in Articles 6 and 16, you say do not apply or does not apply in the PDP.
In the PDP.
So we have to find all of the overlap. We can't just make a blanket statement that when there is a conflict, Article 6 and, do we, because I mean, the second part of the exercise is to go and actually look at all the overlap and make real decisions instead of just saying one over the other. But that would be
the same thing.
that would be a later down the road exercise.
So you're saying the same thing?
Opposite ways.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well-
She's saying PDP governs.
And you're
I'm
saying performance standards.
But my question to you is, do we have to go into every single overlap under the performance standards and say, but not in the PDP, but not in the PDP, or can we
If
just?
you want the PDP to govern.
So Todd, you're recommending a more nuanced, line-by-line sort of designation that the PDP governs. What you're trying to say is, let's create a blanket statement and avoid having to do all of the nuance work.
I think I understand where you're coming from.
With some of the standards that we have, performance or special use standards, we say, in the waterfront, it shall be this standard.
Yep.
Or does not apply. So what I'm suggesting is you do the same thing. In the PDP, standard does not apply.
Got it.
You just have to make sure that in the PDP language, you have something else that does govern. Otherwise, nothing governs. So I'm saying you'd have to find all of the overlap, and those are the ones that you'd have to mark as, but not in the PDP.
My gut is that the performance standards, because we went through them so intensely.
And recently.
That they should take precedence over the PDP for now, because
Yeah.
we know what we did there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what we
Yeah, I
did
hear
in the
what you're
PDP.
saying.
Because if we blanket that, and none of us have had a conversation about that, I think we're gonna put ourselves in a place.
I'll go along with that. I'll support that.
Steve's the only one. and
So,
maybe
so,
we're here
but
to-
then the statement is that in situations of discrepancy, it's the performance standards that
Right.
govern.
That, I'm fine with that.
So how do we need to notate that? Oh, there you
We
go.
did it. There we go.
Okay.
16 are performance, and I can wordsmith it better.
Okay, I'm fine. Any other comments on that one?
My only other comment on that original page that we were on, which I think was page 37,
Yep.
is just that, do we really need to list all of these since we've added
Oh, this
the
is
column
next.
to the use table?
Permitted uses, right.
It just seems duplicative, and it,
Oh, I already say that there actually anyways.
what?
The uses are also subject to performance standards.
But
I
you're,
said
you're
yes.
actually saying
Yeah,
those
I know.
govern.
I know.
So we have to fix that. If we're gonna, if the performance standards govern, then that sentence shouldn't,
Right.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, from a legal perspective, do you need, I mean, we don't do this in any other,
Do we need what?
do we need to list all the permitted uses?
This is how it was set up and how I could do it.
We added it to the table?
This
I
is
mean,
how I could do it so everyone would feel more easy about changing. I understand your point about Rosemary's point about changes not being made in both places.
So that then just creates a
Point.
sort of maintenance,
Yeah, I mean, it creates.
something to be mindful
It
of.
creates the ability for conflicting language much more easily than it already exists, which it does already just by nature of a zoning ordinance.
Do we let it stand for these needs, and then once everything is sort of done, we can go back and, I'm nervous about removing stuff, because if
I
there's
agree.
something we didn't catch in those charts, then we've undone some.
I'm fine with leaving it with the understanding that we revisit this and we do a cross-check and once we make sure that the table has all of it, we have a conversation about getting rid of excessive text that makes zoning ordinances really hard to navigate.
I'm 100% behind.
Yeah, I'm
Let's
okay
leave
there.
it in for now.
Okay.
And I don't want to take us off course, but are you keeping sort of the master list of all of the things we need to?
Conversation.
Okay, that's all right, like, it's,
I like this too.
every meeting, it's sort of like, hey, there's another line item to take care of here. Okay.
Ed has that list, right, Ed?
I do.
Yeah.
Well, if we don't have that list, we should really think about
It is being kept.
getting organized on
There's a
that.
couple of lists.
Well,
of all the
maybe it's
various
consolidating
formats
list.
that we do have to consolidate.
The
Okay.
people that use the PDP sometimes don't understand how to use it.
What would you like to have fixed, Rosemary, so they can understand it?
I've already said my piece.
I don't,
Which is,
I just said it.
To remove the stuff, and we're agreeing, but we're gonna not do that today as a blanket thing, because where you need
I
time
didn't
to
say
double
that.
check. That's not what you said?
she wanted the column out of the district use.
yeah, you wanted the column out.
Nope. I just so people understand it that are using it and selling our land.
Okay,
Okay, John?
that's different from the language that we're discussing here, right? Okay. All right, so we have the permitted uses by right, special uses in the PDP, we're all good?
Yep.
Reviewing authorities, right? Okay. Prohibited uses, right? We're all good?
Yes.
Just technical changes, putting in numbers. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ashley.
I just think this dimensional standard should go in the dimensional table.
I agree, and I should have thought of that too, earlier. But, do you want that done now, or do you want it done?
I
In the
can
future.
put it on the to-do list if everyone just wants to, I know we need to move
Yeah.
things along.
I would think, my preference would be to have it clean, but in the essence, we're sort of, policy-wise, we're good. It creates some additional maintenance work for us down the road.
Just technical stuff here that we're doing. 5. Ashley.
We already talked about my next comment on page 44, so I'm all set with that.
Yes, we took care of that.
And then I had a
The review
comment-
procedure, yes.
comment on page 46.
Which was this page?
Did I skip it, Ashley? I'm sorry.
The very top,
Yes, yes,
the
yes.
bonding question.
Yes, you're right. There was another bonding place as well. What I want to do here is, actually, I want to say the applicant shall have an improvement guarantee issued in the form of a surety bond, a certificate of deposit, or original line of credit.
Are those the three we picked?
Those are three common, unless you want to use something different.
I don't personally care. I usually leave it to finance to tell me what they like or what they're willing to accept and then put those in. Because the conversation we're having is that there's a state law that requires now that you have to accept 3 different forms of surety. So I think we need to just reflect that language. I don't know that we ever picked what those were.
We have not.
I would just ask the finance department what they will take. And those are the 3 I would list.
Well, for purposes of tonight, this is what we're doing.
So several years ago, we had a discussion with our treasurer, Denise Surratt, who asked us to change our subdivision regulations, I believe, to require that bonding agencies, that we only accept bonds from bonding agencies that were on the state-approved list. Rosemary, you remember that.
I sure do.
But that's all we
Cash.
did. That's all we did.
We want cash.
Well, the state says you have to have 3 forms
Yeah,
available.
Now we have to have 3, so
You
we
have
have
to
no
accept
choice.
3 forms now.
Yep.
Okay, so this edit is good.
Yep.
This edit is
Okay.
good.
I made the same edit below as to some other guarantee that was required, okay?
Okay.
And then your next one, Ashley.
Was on 47.
This is important. This is the review procedure. We're getting rid of the illegal review procedure of the planner, the chairperson of the planning board, and building official making these decisions.
My only comment here was the existing language provides for some unclarity, in my opinion, because it talks about proposed land development projects are subject to land development plan review. Land development plan review is not a real thing.
Right, so if I strike the land development plan, does that work for you?
Which one? Yeah,
The gray highlight?
yes. I think that works. We were just mixing words that made it confusing.
Agreed.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Let's talk performance standards. Car vault. Stu seems very happy with my work so far.
So maybe. I'm always happy with your work. It's very professional.
Oh, thank you.
So I had a couple
Yes.
things on this. Under automotive detailing, i.e. car wash and cleaning, waxing is permitted. I raised the issue of vacuum and hand car wash, because it does say you can't have an automated car wash facility, but that doesn't mean that I couldn't put up the bays with the scrub brushes and the spray hose and do all that with the big vacuum stations.
Yeah. So, I mean, the spirit of what is trying to get here is like detailing, which is sort of very one-on-one, hands-on sort of work, not
I agree.
not your.
But I'm concerned that the way it's worded would be broadly interpreted.
Yeah.
Can we do an automated car wash facility or self-serve car wash?
I think that's the issue, is the self-serve part of it.
Yeah.
I think you're bringing, well, I don't know how this works because I don't have fancy cars, but I think that you're bringing them there are you bringing them there for a service, or are
No.
you bringing them there to detail yourself?
It's a
I'm not-
detailing service. It's a third-party service.
Somebody is there available
Yes,
and
that's
is gonna
their
detail
business.
my car.
Yes.
So if you do the self-serve, I think that takes care of the issue.
Yeah.
Right?
Or if you add professional automotive detailing, professional above in front of 2, and then you add an automated or self-serve car wash facilities are prohibited. So you could, if you add professional in front of two.
Yeah, but then I can't wash my own car.
You cannot.
I
no, you
can't wax it.
Not at the, that's not the intent of the car vault. The car vault is intended to have a highly professional curated detailing service, not sort of in mass, you know, multi-bay.
If they're waxing it in your spot, that's probably fine, but the idea is they don't want like a bunch of, it's a water thing, right? You don't want a bunch of people in there washing their cars.
Okay. So we're good professional automotive detailing and automated or self-serve car wash facilities prohibited. I still need to add something for the vacuums.
Yeah, I would say car wash or car cleaning. Maybe that covers vacuuming and any other,
And/or cleaning?
yeah, car wash and or cleaning. Yeah, there you go.
I'm just going to put it in there for you. Outdoor vacuum stations
Yeah.
are prohibited.
I think that covers all things.
Self-serve might be hyphenated, which is probably why it's underlined.
Yep. What's next, Ashley?
The next one was just a question under, which now is 5.
Yep.
Commissioned automobile sales. My question is that gonna permit people to basically advertise them for sale and then you can like bring people onto the property and they can test drive the car and like, I don't know that I fully understand what is intended by commissioned automobile sales or what is even desired there.
So the idea is that, let's say you have, I don't know, a 56 Chevy and you don't want it anymore, but it's a classic car and it's well kept. They will commission the sale for you. So there won't be a for sale sign, it will not be a car like a Ford. It's more like a private.
dealership.
Yeah, it won't be a used car, yeah.
Right.
It'll be more of like Vestiaire Collective or Poshmark where you have a very expensive thing and you sell it to somebody.
So by the fact that we use the word commission, that means that I'm hiring them to sell my car?
Yes.
Okay. It says are permitted on-site and may be advertised off-site. Does that mean I can put up a sign on the property next door?
That's where I think it says, shall not be displayed for sale or similar signs shall not be
Yes on
designated to
the
a certain area
automobile.
of the facility.
But what if I own the property next door,
Thank you.
which in this case they will, and I can go put up for sale signs for cars, like used cars for sale over here?
It says
Because it says it says off-site.
So I think what they mean is like online or in the car.
I know what they
That is
mean.
what I
I'm
meant.
playing devil's advocate.
So should we say within the PDP or, because that's in essence what we're saying, we don't want them to advertise for sale anywhere in that. I mean, if you want to put cars for sale and you live not in this area on your front lawn in your neighborhood, I don't think there's anything saying you can't.
I think there would be a restriction because of the sign ordinance, though.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking like a yard sign, but you're right, I'm dragging.
As long as it's covered somewhere else.
I don't know for sure.
Well, we should check that, or we should be specific that the advertising occurs online or in paper format somehow, and it's not, I just get to like stick a sign at the front of the entrance to the PDP that there's a used car sale.
Yeah. Maybe it may be advertised digitally or in a printed publication.
That would take care of it,
Okay.
because that's how
Maybe.
people are gonna advertise, otherwise you're putting
Yeah.
up a sign that says car for sale, I think. Can't think of any other way you'd do it. And then it was just a wording thing, I took out however, and just started that sentence with automobiles that are being advertised for sale shall not be displayed.
Hold on, please. Taking out however only? Is that it, Ashley?
Yeah, I just struck however and just start the sentence with automobiles that are being advertised for sale.
Okay. Everyone okay? Yep. What's next?
Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I'm just
Ashley?
reading what I wrote. I think we took care of my next one.
What was number 7, entry to the car vault?
Yeah, I was just concerned about for the purpose of viewing the automobiles, but I think it's fine, based on what we just discussed.
Is everyone else okay with the car vault standards?
And then I only had I added 3 other words.
Whereas?
Under 8I, I struck in line.
Oh, yes, you did. Yep.
9I, I struck, but that doesn't look like it lines up to the.
Where visitors show.
Was it line 31? Instead of
Traffic
traffic
circulation.
plan, it should, I put circulation plan.
Yep.
So line 32 now.
And then I struck includes a plan for the, and use the word accommodates. And then added the words and registered for the engineer, so it's not just licensed, it's also registered, licensed and registered. Still at accommodates.
All right, I think you're gonna have to back up to your second word
Okay,
change.
sorry.
Now that
No,
Todd is
no,
caught up.
No, by
So strike includes a plan for the.
Yep.
And that word just becomes, you just add the word accommodates.
Safe transit for pedestrian, okay.
And then after the word licensed in the
Yep.
next line, just say and registered.
Okay.
If this is not, sorry, we're deep. I got to pause for if this is not just a great sort of advertisement why you want to join the planning board and fill these 2 seats,
We have an open seat.
I don't know what it is.
You don't find this thrilling.
The next performance standards for the retail business, 20,000 square foot building with liquor license, and I stole these honestly from the restaurant standards. Okay.
I didn't have any issue.
I made the change. 61. I added the words and/or rentals.
Yep.
And then we're back to construction and demolition.
Okay, so as a matter of due process, Todd, would you recommend that we make a motion to make a positive sort of recommendation to town council on everything that we just covered and separate out construction and demolition debris processing facility, or do we want to keep going here?
You say we have to do this in 45 days.
Yeah.
We have gone over the 45 days in many cases, and this is so important.
Okay, Rosemary.
I mean,
but-
that's just
well,
my comment.
The practicality of it, town council's not going to care, and it's going to forge ahead without your recommendations then.
Yeah, I think it's in our best interest
We'll do it.
to and so we'll have to take a look at the rest of the agenda into what we can potentially push off. There's some critical things here, so.
I think your suggestion is good, that way you make a motion to approve everything that's proposed here as amended, except for the construction and demolition,
Okay, I'll make that motion.
because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Can you
Ashley?
make it in the context of that, because you got a draft memo, and I
Right.
realize you have a differing opinion on one piece of this versus the other, but does the memo suffice for this side of it, which found consistency and gave you the sections?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I would amend my motion to include your recommendation in the memo we got that talks about, makes
Consistency with
findings of that.
zoning, consistency with comprehensive plan.
Exactly. So I made the motion and
VA has seconded.
Seconded it.
Okay, so any other comments? Ed? Yeah.
Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah.
Just really quick, the definitions are included in this, but we're not.
Not construction demolition. Everything
Okay,
construction demolition is aside.
Everything except.
All right.
So we have a motion, a second, any more discussion? Thea, you good?
Well,
or-
I just want to make 100% that we are not talking about the construction.
That is
We'll
correct.
Talk about that.
Yep, we're going to go to that next. This is everything except for that. All right, seeing no other discussion, let's move to a vote. All in favor? Any opposed?
I'm abstaining. I got it so late.
You got what late, Rosemary?
I got
I'm sorry, I'm
all
going to call you out on this because
memo.
I sent this material
No.
out the day after the town council
The
referred it.
findings of fact.
What? Okay.
You did something yesterday, I think.
Yeah. I had another meeting last night.
So as a practical matter, town council is going to forge ahead and do what they want to do, which is their right, legal right.
So we're back to talking about construction.
Okay.
Excuse me, hang on.
Where does the planning board stand on the construction?
Yes, I agree. I just want to make sure we're.
I said when I said they're going to forge ahead, they're going to forge ahead with the ordinances, not necessarily in disregard of what you have to say.
No.
Okay. I want that to be clear.
You know, I was talking about my own view of town council, not their view. So I want to go on the record as saying I'm opposed to this use in the planned development park, in the business park. I don't think it's compatible with the existing uses, especially given the expansion of Longplex. And I think it's not consistent, and here I do disagree with the findings that we received yesterday, I believe, from Ashley, saying it's consistent with a comprehensive community plan. Also, I would make the point that I don't think it's consistent with the purposes of zoning, because the very first item under the purposes of zoning is public health and safety. And I think that there is an issue, because if we approve, if this goes forward, there is no way to control the size or the volume of traffic that we could see in the park. So I would just like to state that. I don't know if anybody, I may be the only person who feels that way, and in the interest of time, if that's true, vote me down.
This is important. I think there are members of the board, myself included, who have commentary on this, so I want to make sure we get this through. Ashley, do you have something in response to this too?
Not in response, just a little bit more kind of context to the situation is that I don't know how long ago this was, a year and a half ago, maybe. I met with Chris and the interested party about this application, about what they were interested in. We don't have any information about what a construction and recycling facility is. You don't have an application in front of you. And typically when you do a zoning amendment for a project, you do it in coordination with the project. So we're at a bit of a disadvantage here, because what I understood at a very initial, very high level in that early on conversation was this is material that comes into a facility. It is sorted into different groups based on what it is, and then it is taken off of the site. I realize that it may be more involved than that, or maybe it's not. I don't know, because we don't have a project. So it's very difficult to understand what you're approving, and I totally appreciate your concern in that regard. But I drafted the memo based on, again, an old, at this point, very high-level understanding of what this project could entail or could be. But
the definition and the performance standards match exactly what you just described.
And that's that's why I found what I did in the comprehensive plan, is that from my perspective, knowing what I know, which again, high level, bringing materials into a facility, sorting them, and then taking them off-site for processing or sale or whatever then happens, to me is not heavy industry. I agree there's probably questions about what the material is, because there could be a potential health hazard depending on the material. And again, that's part of the benefit of doing this with a project. So I think that you have a lot of unanswered questions because we don't have a project.
Yeah. So I have some comments and I'll put that out there. So I just want to acknowledge and sort of appreciate where Mr. DeMello is coming from in terms of wanting to grow and expand his business in town. I think we want to be mindful of that. As I look at this, I also concur with Ashley is that we're being asked to permit or define and permit a usage in the PDP that, although defined, is defined at a certain high level. And we do not have enough specifics that would be given to us as part of the normal due course of development proposal in order to probably answer a lot of detailed questions. I spent time over the weekend looking at RIDEM regulations in all of this, and I want to acknowledge that the planning board nor the town would be, it's not their purview to permit this business, to monitor and maintain compliance of this business, re-permitting. That's going to fall to RIDEM. But my concern, as I look at the map of where these parcels are located and the proposed utilization, you look out a half mile, 1 mile, you are into Stafford Pond, you are into residential neighborhoods down by the high school, and my feeling at this point is, in the absence of the detail that would be required for us to approve the development, us approving this use as part of the use table and adding it to the definitions just introduces, it's basically allowing us to accept a certain level of risk that could happen and cause detriment to the health and safety of the people in the PDP and the people who are around us, and God forbid anything ever happened to, something getting in the Stafford Pond and then our only water source in town is compromised. That's a potential. We don't know if that would happen, but it does not sit well for me that we would permit a use that has that high a level of risk attached to it.
And certainly with construction demolition, you could end up with asphalt, you could end up with asbestos. You could have an oil tank coming out of somebody's basement.
Yep.
That was when they tore the place down. You could have a lot of possibilities. That really came up about over a place that was recycling automobiles.
Yeah.
Controlling all the possible fluids.
And I know this is intended to be internal, or like done inside, and I don't want my comments to be construed as saying Mr. DeMello would run anything less than a top-notch shop, but it's the potential risk of accident or something that we are knowingly opening the door to that has such a huge impact, or could have a huge impact on the surrounding area.
And to that point, even if it's done inside and we don't know, what if Mr. DeMello retires and now somebody's processing something in there where, yes, it's maybe following certain EPA guidance, but the reality is you're still getting pollutants. And I think the one thing that we're talking about, our watershed, we're talking about all of that, but the reality is we live in a very delicate area that's beyond just what we drink water. We could impact the entire coastline and food and industries if something goes bad here. And even if it's I hate to bring, I have a chemistry degree, but like even with plastics, right? With certain plastics being exposed to other chemicals that could be in those bottles, and how that gets washed can create a reaction where the polymers continue to create microplastics. That ends up in our water, that ends up in the ocean, that impacts wildlife, that impacts our multiple industries here. And if we lived anywhere else, we live in a really delicate ecosystem.
Yeah,
Where?
or if the business wanted to be placed somewhere else, like in a less potential impact area, but, so.
We do live in a very bad situation here. I mean, we have people that go behind closed doors. We're left in the lurch. We don't get transparency. I mean, and coming up, and you people have done a great job as far as the zoning goes, but, you know, I'm not a rubber stamp, and if I haven't read something, I'll abstain or I'll vote against it. And when we get the information so late, I can't.
I don't know if it's time to make a motion. But
Well, yeah, let's,
Go ahead.
in the interest
Minutia.
of,
move ahead. I would make a motion to advise town council that we feel that permitting this, I'm not sure what the proper words are, but permitting this use in the planned development park is premature, that we don't know enough about the industry, and that we have serious concerns about the compatibility of the industry with other businesses in the park, and we also have environmental concerns. Something like that. And so our advice to town council is no, we do not think that this definition should be, or this use should be in our zoning code.
there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
May I have an opportunity? Yeah, hold on, Michael. We're going to take public comment on this.
Yep. Let's do that. Good call.
So Stu, we'll hold your motion for now.
Sure.
We'll kind of restate it maybe later.
Okay. Let's open it up
If it's still what you want.
Yep, for public comment. Mr. Monty, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'm happy to go first.
You were very close to the mic. I mean, you were making a motion there.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you staying late to take a look at this. So I understand that there's a concern the board feels like it doesn't know what a construction and demolition debris separation facility is. And I think that is what is causing the most immediate concern. I'm happy to have Mr. DeMello provide some testimony as to what these businesses look like in operation and what they are on the ground. I do think that voting to not recommend the approval simply because you don't know if there are environmental issues with construction and demolition debris facilities is sort of jumping the gun. Let us provide that to you. I'm happy to come back at the next board meeting with an expert and educate the board on what the environmental impacts, if any, are and the appropriateness of it in this site from a broad perspective. The reason we can't give you a fully fleshed out proposal is Mr. DeMello doesn't own the property yet. The town owns the property, and it would be very onerous for Mr. DeMello to put together an entire development application for approval, hiring engineers, commissioning studies, and presenting the full picture to you of a particular site when we don't even know if the use is permitted in town, right? So this is phase one, and the town council has recommended this ordinance to you. This is not something that my office drafted. So I want to make that clear. This is coming from the council. In terms of general consistency with the area, taking a look at the planned development park, I think it's 173 acres. There's only 4 uses, to my knowledge, or perhaps 3. There's the Longplex, there's Tiverton Power, and there's Bill Sales Operation. But you have the majority of the park as wide open land. And the comprehensive land use plan says that it's appropriate for industrial use. And it specifically says that the presence of the natural gas pipeline, which runs through the site, has made it possible for a 290 megawatt combined cycle natural gas turbine to be built. And the council is coming to you saying, look, we have a local business owner who operates in Middletown. He's from Tiverton. He wants to come back to Tiverton and run his business here. And the town needs to meet the realities of the business demands that are in the area. Earlier in the evening, we heard from a developer who said, hey, we're coming back because we want to do more residences because this sort of mixed-use project doesn't work because there's not a lot of commercial demand. Well, here is a reasonable proposal for a commercial project, and because of, frankly, ghost stories that were set forth in this letter, the board is saying, well, we want to say no, this shouldn't be allowed in our town at all. I don't think that's appropriate. I'm happy to provide answers to any questions you have about this use, or to have Mr. DeMello respond to inquiry. But this is not language that my office prepared. The town council prepared it. Again, local business owner wants to operate in a park that has, 150 acres available, and it has a power plant located there. So to say it's inconsistent, I think is unfair, and I think it's wrong. So unless there are any questions for me or for Mr. DeMello directly, I'll leave it at that.
Can I?
Do we want to respond here, or?
Well, I can't not say this. This is a bit of a strange situation in the sense that, yes, the town does own the land, but there's another piece of property in that park that is owned by the town that has come forward with at least conceptual plans for you to look at and view and get an understanding of what the proposal is. And to be fair, that's the process outlined in state law. When you need a zone change in order to achieve a project, there is a process that's laid out in state law, and that process involves getting a master plan approval from the planning board along with an advisory opinion, and then getting a conditional zone change. So the response you're seeing is that's not the process we're following.
I disagree strongly that that's the appropriate legal process that would apply to these proceedings.
That's fine. But that's the process this board is accustomed to seeing, because when you need a zone change for your project, precedence of approval is the process that's used. Agreed, it's a little weird because they don't own the property, the town owns the property. I'm trying to provide some context as to why you're responding the way that you are. I don't think you're necessarily out of line in having a gut response that it's very difficult to approve zoning amendments that you know are for a specific project when you don't have specifics about the project. I mean, that's where we are. Yeah. So I tend to agree with Mr. Monti in the sense that I don't think that the proposed use is necessarily inconsistent with the comprehensive plan or with the park and what's going on there now. So I'm trying to see if we can work through some of this and not have the knee-jerk reaction. He's offered to come back and provide you with more information. I would encourage you to take that offer and see if you can come to an agreement. Maybe you can't, but I think everybody deserves to give it a try.
So some of the things that I feel like we need to know more about is what are the materials that are planned to be processed there. I think that's base, and that we probably should have had, and the specificity of that should have been in this amendment. So, I understand town council is trying to do their best, but, is it concrete, untreated wood, metals, clean soil and rock, cardboard, paper, non-hazardous plastics? What is prohibited? That would also need to be in this. So anything hazard waste, asbestos, lead-based paint, contaminated soil, treated or painted wood due to chemical leaching, that hits that. Household waste or municipal solid waste would be prohibited. Electronic waste, that would go someplace else, I would assume. So these are the kind of things that I think we need to understand to be able to not have these concerns.
And I'd add to VA's list, truck traffic. And the reason I say that is we had a similar proposal come before the planning board 15, 17 years ago from LAL Construction, also known as Site Ready,
Can we
on
not talk
Eagleville
about that,
Road.
please?
Well,
It's still in litigation is why.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll simply say that that was an interesting experience, and it makes me very concerned about truck traffic, very large trucks, and hundreds of trips per day on a road.
So I want to be able to respond to Mr. Monti. I know folks have been waiting here from the public to speak, so I want to make sure that before we sort of go any deeper on this, is there anyone else from the public who would like to, ma'am? Can you come up and introduce yourself, please?
Hi, Karen Ephraim, 74 North Christopher Avenue. So to start with, I would like to respond that my letter, which was done in great detail and compared the proposed use change to the comprehensive plan, was based on fact. So, and nothing about it was ghost stories. If you choose to change that proposed ordinance and approve it, you're not just opening up the door for Mr. DeMello's business, you're opening the door up for everybody, which you had already stated. So that is of grave concern to me. It's not specific enough. There's a lot of hazards that, again, my enclosures and the documentation I provided states. It's not a ghost story. So I would really, really appreciate it if all of those items that I pointed out in that detailed letter, which I will never be able to get through in 3 minutes reading to you, are taken into deep consideration. Because once you start this process, there's very little you're going to be able to do to undo it. And I would hate to see anything get negatively impacted, whether it's our public drinking water source, the environment, including the wetlands, residential neighborhood, the school children, all of that, all the different particular matter that can end up going into the air depending on what it is that is being processed. You know, you don't know possibly what you might get in a shipment. I don't think anybody can guarantee 1,000% that they're never going to receive anything hazardous. So, again, I hope you take everything I've said and written into deep consideration. Thank you.
Sure. Just for like, your letter was put into the public record, so, I mean, it's there.
So I think I can answer an important question for you about what construction and demolition debris is. It's defined by the state statutes. I have it behind you. It specifically excludes, for example, asbestos, waste, garbage, corrugated container board, I can go on, but so if to the extent that sure any level of comfort,
sure,
or not.
Is there anyone else from the public who would like to talk? Okay.
Just a comment on
Yeah.
what you just said. So it's defined there, but a lot of people who put stuff in the dumpsters don't read that.
Oh,
So, so how do we control it is the question, I think. Or how does the company control it?
But every time, I mean, again, to the point that we don't have an application in front of us is making this
We-
very
This is
challenging.
very much, and this is where I want to start to respond to Mr. Monti. And in full transparency, I've used Mr. DeMello's service at my house for a dumpster rental before, right? So I get it. I appreciate it. This is chicken and egg, I feel, a little bit. Now, I think, again, this is not to say that Mr. DeMello would not be running a top-notch shop, but there are just things that, there are variables that are out of even Mr. DeMello's control that, if introduced, could create a compromise situation. I do think this board could benefit from more information. Certainly not a full-blown proposal, but perhaps something along the lines of a high-level concept plan, or, I mean, we've gotten everything from super detailed slides to like people coming up and doing a narrative, right? I think something along those lines that help gives additional shape and form to what Mr. DeMello is proposing for a business that could speak to, even at a high level, some of the concerns raised by the board and the public would be extremely helpful to either raise the confidence level of the board in order to make a positive recommendation back to the town council, or conversely, don't make a positive recommendation back to the town council. So I would be open if Mr. Monti, you and Mr. DeMello want to come back next month and give a bit of concept light, or whatever you want to call it, to the board, and have the public be able to hear that and respond to it, akin to what we did earlier tonight with other applicants. I think that would be in the best benefit of all stakeholders involved here.
I support that.
Okay, so with that, earlier Stuart made a motion, it was seconded to make a negative recommendation, I'll say.
We want to
If you
retract
withdraw that, and instead, I think you should at least need to make a motion of some sort, probably to reserve recommendation on the C&D facility with the intent of having
a discussion at the June meeting.
So,
Right.
so I would withdraw my original motion and make a new motion.
VA, do you agree because you seconded that motion?
I agree.
And so my new motion would be to simply withhold construction from our positive recommendation, but to then inform town council that we're looking into the matter, and we will be giving them a recommendation as soon as we have heard from
Mr. DeMello.
Mr. DeMello or other people who are knowledgeable about this kind of industry. And we could put that on the June agenda perhaps,
Yep.
if we have space for it.
Yep.
So that would be my.
Is that
meeting?
Yeah, that works for us.
What, in the date, I'm sorry, the date for the June meeting, just to make sure we're good scheduling wise?
June 3rd?
June 3rd.
June 3rd? And we're incredibly appreciative of Mr. DeMello obliging here, and Mr. Monti.
I have a dumb question. Can we have a conversation? Can we discuss?
Well, so we have a new motion on the table. Is there a second of Stu's motion?
I will second it.
Okay, now we can open up for additional discussion.
So in the June discussion, after Mr. DeMello presents his kind of high-level plan, would we then take this definition and performance standards for the construction and demolition process facility and add that, can we add that specificity we want to see in it as needed to go as a recommendation back to town council?
I think, and Todd, keep me honest, I think it's within our purview to augment and update that as.
You can send
as-
it back with a positive recommendation with the following changes.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is what you did with the other
Right.
changes this
Yeah,
evening.
yeah.
This is all assuming the town council has not, well, there's not enough time to do advertising, so.
Yes. Okay, does that answer your question, Via?
It's just the other ones were very light
Okay.
touch. This is going to be a.
Is there any other discussion here? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? That's unanimous. Okay, thank you. All right, so folks, we are now at 10:25 here and still have quite a...
Do they have a time, do you have a time? They don't have an end time? Oh, okay, just keep going then.
No, we don't have an end time. We went to 11 one night.
Yeah, and
Usually
I'm not
there's a
really interested in going till 11.
end date and you have to extend, but-
So I'd like to just talk about the remaining items on the agenda. I think, I was going to make a motion to move items B, C, D, and E, which have to do with elections and appointments, to after item K, which is the last thing on the agenda, so as to sort of logistically not introduce any sort of complications with the fact that I'm chairing the meeting at the moment. So, my only concern with that is there is a bit of a time clock on the URI study thing, right? And I think it is in our best interest to at least talk about that, even in the absence of elections, to identify a liaison to help start driving this forward, because the contract with the state only goes to the end of the year. We want to make sure that we are executing this study in a way, shape, and form that doesn't jeopardize their ability to get paid past December 31st. So I would be inclined to...
Do you want to skip the elections tonight? Is that...
Yeah, I mean, I welcome others. I mean, I'm happy to sit in the seat for another one.
Okay.
But I think just in the interest of time, we postpone the elections until, I would say, let's postpone the elections and the appointments, save for
URI.
item C, which is the URI study.
Stu, can I have a motion to continue the election of officers until the June meeting?
Yes, I would move the continuation of the election of officers and the appointment of members of the board.
Just the officers.
Okay. Just the officers.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Dick, seconds.
Now do the URI matter, because that's next.
We need to vote on that?
Right.
So all in favor of moving? That's unanimous? Okay. URI, let's do that right now. So, so again, this is work that frankly Tricia got started here. There was a copy of the contract that was included in the handouts in earlier, I believe in our April meeting, we actually got details of what that study would look and feel like. Let me open that up just for reference. So again, this would be a groundwater well assessment and monitoring initiative specifically for Tiverton that is being run by faculty and staff from URI. The start date is intended to be May 1st. With an end date, I retract my earlier statement. It's a 12-month contract. So we would start May 1st, 25, and have a target end date of April 30th, 2026. So it's a 12-month initiative, at a cost of $71,715 here. Has everyone read through the proposal and the contract? Did we need to go into any detail there?
I think Tricia discussed it.
Yeah. So we want to identify an individual from the planning board who can liaison directly with URI for purposes of getting the ball rolling with this study. So it would amount to some sort of off-meeting work here, probably coordination with other entities in town. I think, I mean, I'm most interested in getting to a kickoff meeting with the URI team so that we can understand details here and can plan accordingly.
We're trying to get them here for June.
We're trying to get them here for June, even better. Great. Is there anyone who would volunteer to be the liaison for URI?
I have a question. Is it possible to get a download from Tricia if she's willing, just so we know if we volunteer for this? I don't know what the hell is really going, but how to...
So I think in the absence of getting a download, I think that was addressed at the April meeting. We could probably dial up that video, or folks could dial up that video outside of the meeting.
The proposal is pretty clear.
If it's just like picking it up and running with it.
It is picking, yeah, and
It's a little more complicated than that, actually. I actually, when I was still chair, I sat in on at least one, if not two, Zoom meetings with Tricia, with the three principals at URI, who are listed in this document.
Yeah.
That has been signed by our new town administrator, Mr. Jones. And the issue here is for the planning board, the issue is what is the town of Tiverton expected to do in terms of identifying people who are willing to offer up their wells as test wells.
Yeah.
Because what URI wants to do here, as they've done in other communities, is have a sampling of wells in areas with no, obviously no town water or sewer, and with saturated soils, and begin to build a database. But they need to get that agreement from private property owners to go on to private property and to put monitors into the wells so that they can get quarterly readings and begin to build the database. That's really, really important. That's the only way you really understand the hydrology. And it's not just water quality, it's the recharge of the wells and what's going on in terms of recharge, and whether any septic is coming in as well. So they will not, they expect the town to pick up that. And that is a huge responsibility, and it's a responsibility. Tricia actually called me up and asked me to volunteer to do this, and I said, fine, but I am not in a position to actually get on the phone and start calling people up and saying,
I think it's most prudent, now that I was not aware that they're coming in June, I think it's most prudent that we hear them out in June and then revisit this question. I would ask that we probably want Administrator Jones or some other representation from the town to be present for that, because it frankly may have to fall to staff within the town to do some of the heavy lifting here. So I think it would be beneficial to have.
It should not be the board responsibility to contact people. Okay.
So
Right.
are folks okay if we sort of?
So with that understanding, I will be happy to be liaison, and I can contact Dr. Boving, who was the key guy, and see if he can. Was the idea to have them come to our June meeting?
As a kickoff, yeah.
As a quick kickoff. So I can do that. I can call him tomorrow.
Okay.
Start that ball rolling, and also consult with Tricia about anything else going on, because she still is taking an interest in this.
Okay. So Stu, you're throwing your hat in the ring to liaison.
I'm throwing my hat in the ring as a liaison.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do we need to make a motion there, or I can't imagine.
Motion to vote, is that the?
Well,
you should have a motion.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to assign Stu Hardy as the liaison for this URI ground well assessment and monitoring initiative for the town of Tiverton.
Second.
All right, I heard Rosemary out my right ear here. Okay, discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Okay, great.
Okay, and I can,
Other than the minutes, did you want to do anything else tonight?
I think in the interest of time, is there anything time-sensitive, Ed, on item F, which is the update on the status of Tiverton low and moderate income count? Okay. Good to know that it's happened. We can get a deep...
Updates have been done, you've received those updates.
Yeah, I think that's fine. So...
G, we don't need to deal with item G tonight. This is the design standards.
Can we move that to June?
We were talking about actually setting a date for authorizing advertising for a public hearing for June. If we want to do that for June, we need to have that vote tonight. Otherwise, we can postpone.
You already voted to authorize advertising for it when we determined we were ready. And I raised the issue the last time that we talked about it, that there are sections that we pulled out of zoning and put into subdivision with this design standards draft. So we need to reconcile those things and have a discussion about, are we taking those out of zoning now?
Okay.
Or because the council has to do that, and we have to kind of coordinate how that's gonna happen. Otherwise, you're gonna have duplicative language, which is not the worst thing. My concern is that something gets tweaked on the subdivision side and then we have conflicting language because it sits in both places.
So that requires discussion. I'm going to recommend that we move that to June and carve out the time to do that properly.
Okay.
Okay, let's do that in June.
Okay. So that leaves...
Other than the minutes, is there anything else you want to do?
No, there is, unless anyone has a really strong feeling to tackle anything but the minutes at this point.
I can give you an update on H. It's not good. That's...
Is there anything that would require an opinion from the planning board to be communicated to the state in some shape or form?
I mean, you can certainly communicate. I mean, it's making significant changes to the date, the enabling legislation that we deal in every day.
So my next question is, our June meeting is June 3rd. It's going to be far too late.
It's already far too late.
Okay. So
to be blatantly honest.
So I think it's important to get an update, but it's a moot cause if we are to think we have any chance of intervening.
I don't think we're stopping the train at this point.
Okay.
I can certainly prepare as we head into July to give you a full update of what passes and what form it passes in. At this point, they're doing what they want.
Yeah, the House passed.
They've passed
5801.
Yes.
Alpha today.
Yes. There have been some amendments. Some of the amendments have been, I'll say, helpful. It's the lipstick on a pig analogy. It's still a pig, but it now wears lipstick.
Okay. I think that suffices as the update on state legislation for the moment here. Okay, minutes. Is there anything incredibly substantive regarding the minutes that requires Ed to make any edits?
You'll be, just so you know, we don't only have the March 13th. You'll get the April 1st soon.
I looked at March 13th. I had no issue.
I didn't either. I make a motion that we approve as written.
Second.
We have a second from Stu.
I actually have one edit on there.
Okay, open for discussion.
I called him Dan Murphy. His name's Daniel Murphy. So there we go.
Okay. So as amended, do we want to accept the minutes? All those in favor? All right. Rosemary?
I'll make a motion with you. Foolish motion, 1035. adjourn.
There we go. Thank you to everyone for sticking with it. Appreciate the conversation and dialogue, and we'll see you in 2.